Okay, coming live. We're skipping it, guys. We are skipping over the Choose Sadness merch slideshow and all the fun activities because we have manatees to save. And also, I'm testing out a new computer setup. So everything is different and I had to start from scratch. It's crazy. Oh, you didn't hear that. Did you? Dave Ramsey is in my ear, but is he in your ear? No. He's not. Okay. I can fix that because that is something that is possible, right? Here. We're going to have to play with this as we go. So basically, just an aside, I usually use a laptop and I'm trying to use a desktop setup so I can have mobility among the household. So this is I'm underwater also. And I may need help to figure out how to play. I'm just playing sound bites in my ear. Okay, well, we'll see how it goes with sound effects. It was working earlier. It's so weird. Anyways, welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We have a very busy show. You can hear these sound effects, right? That's all. That's the only one you need to hear. The sad ones. Okay, so we have a lot to discuss. Today is Giving Tuesday. If you can't tell behind me, that is what manatees are. And I'm also wearing my manatee shirt. Save the manatee. Okay. This is my first fundraising stream ever. So it should allow you to donate directly through YouTube and it will go right to them. So there is no, there's no crossed wires. There's no scamming going on. You can donate through the stream right to the right people who will give the funds to the right manatees. And in the links in the description below, I've also listed the website to the nonprofit. And it's actually a local nonprofit to me, or somewhat local. So they do a lot of great work. I buy a lot of the merch that I buy is from them. So if you're interested in matching me and being like me, relatable queens or kings, you can purchase it. And I also linked if you like coffee and you're in the mood for some coffee, there's a for-profit company that sells Manatee coffee, but 10% of all their profits go to the nonprofit Save the Manatee Club. So if you're like looking for some coffee gifts, they have some bundle gifts and things. Let's just save them, okay? I'm sick of talking about self-help gurus. I want to just talk about manatees from now on, but we have to save them in order to keep talking about them. So today we have a lot to discuss. I'll be working on these sound bites as we go because, like I said, this is the desktop version, and we were doing all this shit earlier, like trying to get Ecamm to work, and then it was working, and then we had to download a driver. I know no one cares about this, but I'm trying to stall as I look through settings. I might have to call Steven over. I don't know if he'll know how to fix it, but we should have done a test stream, but test streams are dangerous because then you start posting stuff on accident. Anyways, so my plan of action today is to listen to Rachel Hollis discuss going on a spiritual retreat that apparently she had to leave. So if you haven't been around for a little bit, I've sort of taken a sabbatical away from Rachel Hollis, and because I think it was honestly affecting my mental health. Now, was it affecting it to the point where I had to give it up forever? No, but I never want to get there. I want to check in with our girl, Rach, But I think going and like seeing her in person sort of like put me over the edge in the sense of I've hit my fill of content, and I think it was really bothering me. So I stopped listening to all of her podcasts because that was a ritual that I was doing. Because I wanted to make sure that I never got anything wrong. So if I was going to review her so often, I didn't want to miss something that I could either criticize her for, or that would make what I'm saying not valid. And so that was something I was very concerned about. But I think after a while, it's like if you're listening to something, even if you're listening to it out of anger and out of criticism, it's still in your brain. And I think me being so critical all the time of her was getting to me. So I took a little break. So I haven't listened to everything that she's put out lately. I did listen to this morning to her Oprah one, which, basically is Rachel once again for the millionth, trillionth time in her life, in my life, telling the tampon story. Which is, of course, the story in which she miraculously finds a used tampon in her vagina after 3 weeks. And she tells the story on Oprah's stage. She did a YouTube video about it. She's done like multiple episodes of the podcast about it. She's done speeches. Her Rise conference, she told the story. She told it again. It's a never-ending tampon story with Rachel. And she talked about it again. So I did listen to that one. Nothing really amazing to report other than she again said that Oprah was not pleased by her choice of telling that story, but that it made her super authentic, and that's why people love her. And yeah, totally. That's what it is. Definitely, those types of stories. I do think there is some truth to that in the sense of people felt like she was being real and raw, but as we all know now, it's all bullshit and it's all a persona. And so speaking of that, I came across another unheard, at least from me, podcast episode. So reveal, I'm not in the ocean. So I never listened to this podcast, but apparently, I don't know if our good friend Soko Lashes, who is part of the Pancake Breakfast Club, is watching live right now. But apparently you may have met this person, potentially, or have seen them. Oh, hold on. Oh, Steven, it's not none of the sound bites are working. Do you happen to know how to fix that live? Okay. I'll figure it out, I guess. Okay. No. I can hear them, but the audience can't. And it doesn't show up anymore. It doesn't say eCam as an option. This is live TV, baby. Anyways, so this is from November 10th, 2021. And let me consult my Rachel Hollis and Hollis timeline. And basically the person who's recording the podcast, so whoever BYOB podcast host is, she went to the Rise, the last Rise, and possibly the last Rise to ever happen, possibly, in Austin, the one that I went to virtually. She went in person and did the VIP experience. So she got to have dinner with Rachel and like the group of women that did that. And so she's talking about it. And basically they recorded the podcast. Then Rachel already had done Toiletgate, but Rachel was getting like more backlash, I guess. I don't know. She explains in the beginning and basically says she was getting so much backlash that she decided to hold the podcast and not release it for like quite a while. And then she released it here on November 10th because, I guess the heat was off. It only has 144 views, which is my favorite type of video to watch on the stream because like 144 people listened or saw this. So it's like fresh tea and it's old, but it's still probably relevant. And the fact that in the intro, the host basically says like, Rachel is a persona. You idiots in a way, like you guys are so stupid to, not like, know that. And then the literal title is Embracing Authenticity. It's like, wait, what is it? Is it real or is it not real? So we'll find that out. So I want to listen to this as well. It's only 30 minutes. We have that. We have some piping hot tea about Dave and Heidi Powell. Heidi Powell just came out with her Show Up fitness app. It looks like a disaster in the sense of, not a huge marketing push other than Heidi like making some stories about it, doing a sort of iffy live stream about it. But also, if you haven't, if you're not a big Reddit fan or you're not a member of the Kia's World exclusive community, there has been some interactions between Heidi and I. Now, I'm not going to share everything because I'm trying to get something going here. I'm trying to become a fitness influencer as well. I'm just kidding. But no, I invited Heidi on the show. Okay. I invited Heidi. Let me get some applause for that. I invited Heidi on the show. Thank you. And Heidi is, she says, okay, this is very hot tea. Heidi says she wants to come on the show. I know. I'm shocked as well. We haven't discussed it any further. We haven't gone past the stage of she messaged me first and said, hey, I saw you got blocked. My mistake. That was my team, basically. And that was not supposed to happen. And I responded I didn't respond at first. I waited a couple days and I responded. I was like, I'm very surprised that you're reaching out to me. And yeah, I know. Hold on. Let me go back to let's go back to the manatees. Send $5 to the manatees if you're surprised by this news. And so I wrote back and I said, I'm surprised to hear from you. I appreciate you unblocking me, I suppose. Let me just read it. I'll just read it. The basics. I won't read it all, but it's real. It's for real, you guys. Oops, I'm hearing myself. And I know it's her because some people will say, well, how do you know it's her? She left me voice memos. So with her own voice, responding to things that I had said. So confirmed, it's her. I said, I'm honestly very surprised you reached out. Thank you for your kind words. If you ever want to do an interview, I'm here. And then she responded and basically said that it could actually be fun. And I'm paraphrasing what she said, but she said it actually could be fun. And that she has watched a few of my videos after she messaged me originally and says there are so many points where I was like, oh, if she only knew what was actually going on in my head, but actually many of your comments and guesses are accurate, even in my own ridiculousness. So, hey, we're predicting the future here. And so apparently I'm onto something. I got something right. Perhaps. I don't know which things. Maybe we'll find out at some point. So then I said, I said, it's hard to know for sure on the outside looking in. I only make guesses based on my own experience and what I think could be going on. Obviously, getting your insight helps a lot, which it's true. And then she says she's an open book and she's down to do something. And then in the recorded thing, I basically asked her if she would prefer a live stream or a recorded thing, beforehand, like not just her and I talking, and then I would post it later. And she says she doesn't know yet, so she'll get back to me. So, I mean, any of these people that are, this is not the first person to ever reach out to me, Rachel has never, Dave has never, but another guru, not as big, has reached out and sort of insinuated like, oh, I want to give my side. And then I've, said, hey, let's do it. I'm down to do it. Of course, I understand I'm very critical. Let's hear your side. And then they back off. So, I'm not going to hold my breath, but that is what's going on in my world. So we'll see. And it looks like Dave and her are donezo. Let's take a look at the Instagram just while we're here. We'll take a look at, now that I'm unblocked, I can look again. And Heidi spent her first Thanksgiving alone without her children, but alone is a strong word. She went to her parents' house or her mom's house. So she was alone, but there's me twice. Alone, but not really ever alone, are we? And as you can see, no more Dave. Double Life Dave. He used to be here. Well, he's here. You got to scroll down a little bit. No more kissing. Remember that kissing one from the fitness competition? And he placed 11th place out of 11. And he was very proud anyways. I mean, I guess he should be proud anyways, but I think he turned it into a life lesson very quickly before he really had time to think about it. Yeah, so Dave, he's here, but he's not at the top where it matters. So there's a lot of speculation that he's at least out of the picture temporarily. He also, in the app, so I watched the live stream that Heidi was doing, announcing her app and the pricing and things on that, which is, I think it's $40 a month if you're doing it full price. She had like a Black Friday deal, which was cheaper, but yeah, it's a monthly. It's pretty hefty, I think, for an app. But because that's like a gym membership. That's like going to the gym that I go to, it being like, you have access to every machine, classes, whatever, for $40. It's like, to have an app for $40, that's silly. But, you gotta make your money, whatever. And, but someone asked two things I think are pretty dead giveaways. One, that Dave's no longer in the picture. One is someone asked, who's going to be the male model doing the workouts? And Heidi on the app, because she has a women's section and a men's section. And she said, I think it's going to be my brother. Which is not a great position to take when you're like announcing an app as like, this is an amazing product that it's going to be life changing. And then to say, I think the male model is going to be this person. It's sort of like, you should probably know who's going to be doing it. But I have a feeling that they shot with her brother, because that was a while back in Utah, I believe. They did, she talked about having a video shoot. And that was around the time I was speculating that they were having a fight too, her and Dave. And then I think when they got back together, patched things up, whatever, became besties, then she decided to have him back, recorded stuff with him, and now that they're maybe on the rocks again, now she's going back to the brother footage. That's just my speculation. Goodbye, be safe. So yeah, that was one giveaway, that he's not even going to be in as a model. And then secondly, and that could be, some people online were right, I think, in smartly thinking that maybe because Dave is still a part of the Rise Fitness app, which is apparently no longer available on the Apple Store, or was off the Apple Store for a while, and still available on Google, that there might be some contractual issues with that, like Dave appearing on another person's fitness app. But he was also in the challenge before, so that was no problems previously. And then the second thing is, someone just asked, like, is Dave a part of the app? And she said no. So those are my two clues based on that interaction. And let's see, Dave. Dave has been quiet-ish. He went away for Thanksgiving. He had the young children. I don't know if he had the older kids. I really haven't been following him as closely either. Again, trying to take a break. Oh, yeah. Also, let's look at Dave, but then I want to look at Rachel. Someone said to message, or that she posted today, and I didn't look at it because I got distracted. God, he's got so much of his kids. He just had his book review, or his book came out. Here's to Your Dreams. And apparently, according to Reddit, which, is not necessarily a reliable source, but someone there, posted the numbers and posted a post with numbers. So whether that's true or not, who's to say? We're on the internet. I didn't see the, official documents come out, but it didn't do so hot, the book launch. It was like 1,000+ as opposed to like 1 million. Like, girl, wash your face. And yeah, he just seems to be posting like, I'm a dad, I'm a dad, I'm a dad, which sort of is in line with, trying to sell a children's book. Previous to that, he was posting a lot about fitness, fitness, fitness. Now, maybe not so much because he doesn't have something to sell fitness anymore. Yeah, okay. So more children. And I saw someone on Reddit said that there was like, okay, yeah, she doesn't like want to be on camera and she's like sort of like hiding away. And he's putting her on camera. So, some things never change. Get your kids off the internet. Rule number 1, if you want to be cool in my book, let your kids, if your kids are too young to have a phone, they're also too young to be on your, to make a choice. If they're too young to be able to maturely handle a cell phone, maybe they're too young to consent to being on your cell phone, social media. Maybe that's a good rule of thumb. Let's see what Davey has to say. I have not listened to this, so we'll see. Of course, he got a picture of his daughter. Got to make sure you don't forget that they have a product that you can purchase. Let's see. Hopefully you guys can hear this.
Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a good start to your week. My week started today, extended vacation. I got many a DM. For those that were asking, the fam, we stayed down at a little town called San Francisco. Not California, but just north of Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. It was so cool. Such a cool little town, cool vibe, great food, nice people, the whole thing. If you're looking for a spot that's kind of off the beaten path, but great beaches and everything else, that's one to check.
Mexico gets Dave Hollis' seal of approval. Great people in Mexico, says Dave Hollis. Thank you. Puerto Vallarta, if you've never been, I'll give the Kia's World seal of approval. Great people, great food, amazing, but it's really beautiful. Puerto Vallarta is one of those places that I only went once. No big deal. I was shocked at the beauty. It looked like, and I've only been I've never been to Italy or Greece or anything, but to me, it felt like that. Like, oh my God, like you're on a mountain with the ocean and there's cobblestone and church. It was like, whoa, this is beautiful. So just side note, if you ever want to go somewhere beautiful, that's the place.
But speaking of Tuesday, today is Giving Tuesday. Giving Tuesday, one of the biggest days of the year for anyone inside the nonprofit charity space. This is when many of their big fundraising goals will hopefully get closer to being met. And I did a podcast on the show today with Susan Ramirez, the CEO of National Angels. But also, as a 4-time foster parent, I will, for the rest of my life, work to do.
For the rest of my life, never shut up about it. We get it. I mean, I guess it is relevant in this case. He is talking about like nonprofit related to foster kids, but like that was like a 1-year period of their life, which I'm not saying is not important and not, relevant, but it's not like he's a foster dad today. Like just because they got, and this is me being judgmental. Obviously, this whole thing is me being judgmental, but the way that he puts it in his bio about being a foster dad, I just feels a little bit like, hey, I'm a good guy. I'm an ally. Let me get a tattoo of it on my forearm style of, relevancy. Like you're a dad of 4. Okay. A 4-time foster dad. It's like, yeah, but that was just a means to an end. It seemed like to get to the adoption of a girl. That was my interpretation of the situation. Like they really wanted a girl. They tried to go to Ethiopia. That closed down. So then they decided to do it in the United States. And that, at least doing it, I guess, through this, state of California, you have to be a foster parent first. And so they did that for the end result of getting a baby girl that was their own. Like they could still foster today if it was foster care was like a big passion for him or for the family. And they never did it once they went to the private adoption route. So I get why he's doing it. But at the same time, it's like, do you really care about foster care, or do you really care about, you did it because you had to? It was like a requirement of the state. And like you just happened to, I've only heard, not so much from Dave because I didn't read his first book, but Rachel has very negative things to say about the foster care system and the adoption system. And I have no idea if that's a fair assessment or not. It's her, lived experience. But for him to just be like, oh, I'm an advocate. It's like, are you really? I have my doubts.
The same thing that this team at National Angels is doing, which is to try and reverse the stats, change the stats. More than 80% of the prison population come from foster care. More than 50% of the homeless population come from foster care.
Here's a hint, Dave, also. Why don't you turn your fucking engine off before you start delivering statistics about prison and foster care? How about you turn off your custom Bronco car engine before you deliver this for your fans on social media? Just please, a little bit of production value, please, just a tiny tad. Come on.
And so the work that this team is doing to try and change those stats, try and show up and create support and love, wrap these families that are supporting kids in care with love, it is such important work. They are doing a fundraising initiative themselves. I am going to match any dollars that are spent by you, up to $15,000. I believe so much in this work, and I know that no matter what donation size, any donation makes a huge difference. I hope that you'll help support this team.
Like, I just knew.
Also, when they were in foster parents, they got called by, like, I shouldn't say the name because I don't know if it's the right department, but I believe it's like Child Protective Services. Someone had made an anonymous complaint about them, about Dave and Rachel. And the way that Rachel talked about it in her book was in a way that was, oh, it's a big misunderstanding. Like, people just do this to punish, hardworking American foster parents, And I am curious about that whole storyline. She spent a few chapters talking about her adoption journey and foster care and her sneaking into the closet and taking like a Xanax and vodka while, dealing with the stress of foster care. So there's a lot of red flags associated with their whole experience. And they sort of are like, well, we're rich and white, like, nothing to see here. And I think that's how everyone, including myself, sort of handled it in the beginning. But now, I don't know. I think there could be some reanalysis that could be done in going back and reading, what their thoughts were. Because there was a lot of sort of, in my opinion, like, problematic type things. And maybe not problematic in the sense of, it can't be rectified, or now that you've been through it, you could maybe say, well, here are some issues that I think happened to us and I want to help make the system better. But there was no follow-up. It was just like, in Lisa and Rachel's, explanation of things, from what I remember from Girl Wash Your Face, it was like, we're trying to be good people. The system makes it really hard. It's a shame. And, we want to help, but it's just like too much of a pain in the ass. So we're going to do our own thing. I was like, okay. But then Dave's like, oh, I'm a big advocate. It's like, okay. Whatever. Anyways, that's what's going on with Dave. Let's go to Rachel now, speaking of. And let's check out what she's got to say on her stories. Oh, she's talking about how to heal your trauma. Okay. I saw she just posted this video on her Instagram. I did not listen to this podcast either. But it's like, heal your trauma from Rachel Hollis. Oops. Okay, here we go.
The whys start to become, I just need to relax. I just need to unwind. I just need to quiet my mind for a while. I'm not really happy going out with my...
Great promotion. Great promotion. Yeah, so this person, I don't know who she is exactly, this doctor. The one thing I will say, I just looked it up quickly, and I don't plan to listen to this necessarily ever. But she hasn't updated her YouTube. She took like a month off from updating her YouTube at all, and she sort of updated the banner and has like a different thumbnail style now on her videos. She's trying this, got rid of the pink, which I think is a good call, and is now doing a little bit more professional vibes, I guess. Not doing so great thus far, but despite that, this is called How to Heal Your Trauma. I love a clickbait title. Overcome addiction and reconnect with your soul. Just listen to this podcast and you will accomplish all three of those things. Just one quick note, I will just say that I felt was a little bit misleading, and maybe I'm wrong, but this person, Elisa Hollerman, she says she's a doctor, but she's actually a PhD, which she says on her website, and you can go look it up. And she went to a school that at one point had issues with accreditation for psychology, and she was a lawyer, or is a lawyer. I don't know if she's still practicing or not, but just the way that it's doctor, okay, and then it's how to heal your trauma, I just feel like that's a little bit trying to lead people. And it doesn't say doctor here. So maybe I'm jumping the shark, as they say, or whatever, jumping the gun. But when you go to her website to see, like, cause I want to see who the expert is, who I'm looking towards advice. It's like doctor, blah, 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 blah. And then now this is how to heal your trauma, overcome addiction. I'm just like, I don't know. There's sort of an insinuation there. Like, this is a medical professional. Now she doesn't say MD, doesn't, whatever, but just on my quick glance, I think how to heal your trauma, isn't normally asked of a lawyer. How do I heal my trauma? Famous lawyer? I don't know. What's that guy's name that's everywhere? What's the guy's name that is Morgan? John Morgan. Morgan and Morgan, for the people. How do I heal my trauma? He's like, I don't know. Smoke weed. I have no idea. John Morgan loves marijuana. He's trying to fight for it. Anyways, okay. So, jumping the boat. I left the harbor of safety for this. Okay, I'm also going to, sorry for everyone sticking with me, appreciate it. I'm going to copy, paste. Okay, now let's listen to this one first. It's a little shorter, I believe, than the second one. And I'm going to play at normal speed so that anyone watching playback can continue. If you're watching at 1.5 speed now, you can continue that. I don't like to speed it up because then if you try to listen to it later, it'll sound crazy. So we'll have to play at regular speed. But I find when I listen to a Rachel Hollis podcast, at least nowadays, if it's not 2x speed, I can't sit through it. I don't know if she's talking slower because she's a hippie now or what, but I find it to be much harder to get through. Anyways, okay, so this is, once again, BYOB podcast, very small YouTube channel. It's got 2.5 subs, 2.5 thousand subs, and this video specifically was posted November 10th, 2021. Oh, I was looking at my timeline. That's what I was doing 20 minutes ago. We're all over the place. I got a new computer. I'm all over the place. So November 10th, 2021 would be around the time, November, okay. So Toiletgate happened the end of March 2021. So then this came out April, May, June. So, okay, 6 months later. So maybe she did hold it the whole time. So we'll see. So that's around the time. So this is post Toiletgate. But I don't know when they recorded it. But again, it's called Rachel Hollis on the Importance of Authenticity and Growth with Blake and Jacob Morgan. And I think her name's Blake. I think the woman's name is Blake. Is introing it at the top. And it piqued my interest. I'll say that, the intro. So here we go. Rachie Holly, here we go.
Hey everybody, it's Blake Morgan, co-host of the Be Your Own Boss podcast. I'm going to take you back to March of 2021. Jacob and I are in Washington because we decided we want to leave the Bay.
Oh, thank you. I'm not getting the alerts at all yet. So thank you very much for the donations to the Manatee cause, Save the Manatees Club. So I'm going to look on the YouTube. I appreciate it. It hasn't come in at all. So to me, it's been dead quiet. So thank you. I just saw someone's comment that there's already $300 raised from. So thank you very, very, very much. That's awesome. I think I set the goal for 500. So that would be crazy. I set that for like all month. So if we can hit it tonight, we will show all the self-help people that we can set our goals and accomplish it without personal development and spending $20,000 on classes. Okay, back to Rach. I'll start from the beginning.
Hey everybody, it's Blake Morgan, co-host of the Be Your Own Boss podcast. I'm going to take you back to March of 2021. Jacob and I are in Washington because we decided we want to leave the Bay Area, and where should we move? And I'm on a treadmill in a hotel, and I'm listening to the Rachel Hollis podcast, and she gives me a shout out. She said, I think it was Women's History Month, she was recognized in my article as a top female leader, and a couple weeks later, she's on my show being interviewed, and I was so excited about it until a few days later when I started releasing promos for the Be Your Own Boss interview with Rachel, and I started getting attacked, and it was kind of scary because Rachel was being attacked and canceled, I should say, because she said something shouldn't have said. And she said that. She shouldn't have said it. She released that on TikTok. And so we decided to postpone the release of the interview. And I'm just releasing it now, like 7 months later. And in that time,
Okay, I couldn't remember if it was 7 weeks or 7 months. So it seems like, this was recorded right around that time. So I'm intrigued now to see the attitude. And, it's, I don't know. Let's just keep listening. I'll hold my comments.
attended Rachel's Rise event. I attended a VIP dinner with about 16 people. And I would say out of all the experiences I had at the Rise event, that one was the most emotional, jarring. 16 people sat around a table at a dinner, and they all shared why they were there at the Rise event. And it seems like people seek Rachel's content when they are at a crossroads. Her famous book that sold 5 million copies is Girl Wash Your Face. And it's kind of like the message of the book is like, get out of your own head. We'll talk more about Rachel's theories and strategies later in the interview. But people clearly seek out Rachel and her content when they are lost in this world. And people...
Yeah, no shit. And I think this is exactly the point that everyone that makes content against Rachel and against self-help and against personal development and the problems that it creates is exactly what she's describing. But I think this person misses the point. People who are vulnerable, the most vulnerable, are deeply attracted to this type of content. I'm vulnerable all the time because I'm, troubled. But when I was really, really troubled, that's when I was seeking this stuff out the most. And it did lead me down paths where I was blowing money for no reason. I was making choices very haphazardly, following my intuition based on fucking nothing, and listening to these people saying like, if you believe in yourself, you'll pay the money for that coach. If you believe in yourself, you'll lose the weight. Like all this stuff to basically just, again, put the responsibility on yourself to fix yourself with basically no one's help except for them, or a coach that they, somehow approve or are employed in some way. But really the onus is on you to bootstrap your life and get in gear, girlfriend, sister. That's why it's a big problem. It's not like they're targeting millionaires who can, lose the money and not worry about it, or already successful. They're targeting people who are depressed, anxious, feeling lost. And that's why it's a bigger issue, I think, than any other business. Same thing with MLMs. They take people and they try to target people. If you're a stay-at-home mom and lonely, they'll use that to try to get money out of you. That's why it's a problem. Anyways, okay.
At the dinner shared stories of getting divorced, maybe their husband cheated, changing careers. One woman in particular had alcoholism, and she was sitting there drinking and crying and talking to Rachel about, I'm not going to lie, it sounded like a freight train, talking to Rachel about where everything going wrong in her life. And it was really uncomfortable. Like I felt like, this is a little too much for me for a dinner, a networking dinner. I can't, yeah. And Rachel just sat there and listened to her and gave her advice and maybe changed that woman's life. I walked away from the event.
Okay, 2 red flags there. And I see Soko Lashes is here. Welcome. Yes, I would love to hear your insider insights on this. I'm going to go back and find all your comments. But is this true? Is what she's saying true? Okay, first of all, the woman that is coming to this event, all right, it's supposed to be an entrepreneurial thing, but of course we know the real thing that happens at these live events is it becomes this emotional thing a lot of times. Like they bill it as like, come be an entrepreneur boss babe. But then when you're actually there, it's all about, does your sister believe in you? What's your trauma? Who do you love more, your mom or your dad? Like that's the type of stuff they end up talking about. They sell it as this like legitimate, course. And then you get there, it's all about emotional manipulation. And so the woman there at the dinner or whatever, she's claiming to be an alcoholic and is drinking. Okay, that's a sort of a red flag. And what does Rachel Hollis fucking know about addiction or anything? Rachel Hollis is also an acclaimed alcoholic and continues to drink. So that's probably the worst person to ask advice about this. And that person should be guided. If Rachel Hollis and her team were an ethical organization, now maybe they did do this and I'm not there, so I don't know. But I think in these situations, if you're an ethical entrepreneur, you should say, Leslie or whatever her name is, Ashley, Barbara, whatever. I think these are something, we're here to talk about business. We're here to talk about, raising each other up. I think you should see a therapist. Therapists help me so much. And, good luck to you. But, we got to stay on topic here. Like hearing someone cry and scream about their alcoholism, what good is that going to do in that environment? All it's going to do is like trauma bond you together, I guess. I don't know. I just find it to be, take that to a mental health professional. That's my advice.
Really impressed with, I guess, how disciplined Rachel is and how hardworking, and realizing that, like that intensity of somebody like thinking you will change their life and approaching you, and total strangers like showing you their wounds and saying, fix me, help me. That's Rachel's life. She also faces huge criticism, not from being famous and being recognized, but she also faces huge criticism for what she's done and things she said or not said, or even getting divorced. It's a tough spot, and
it is a tough spot, but that's what she chose to do, and she's become a millionaire from doing it, so I don't have that much fucking sympathy. Sorry.
Outsider. I'm not really in the self-development space, just have this Be Your Own Boss podcast with Jacob, but I mean, I'm a B2B book author. I don't compete in her space. I don't write self-development books. It's a tough space to be in. You put yourself up for scrutiny. And these days, I mean, cancel culture is a real thing. And if you say the wrong thing, you're done. No one wants to allow you.
You're done. As Rachel Hollis just has a live tour, has just gotten a Sirius XM radio deal. Tell me again how cancel culture is real. It's a real thing. People getting backlash and criticism, that's not the same thing as her losing like her entire livelihood. No one put her in jail. No one cut her off from entrepreneurial activities. No one blocked her from getting a career somewhere else. Like, people have been critical, yes, and deservedly so, I believe.
You to talk, because if you talk, then you're going to get a million Instagram comments. People are so hard on women too. And we tell women, and we'll talk about this in the interview, you don't have to be perfect. Perfectionism is an illusion. Take risks. Women need to be strong. And women need to not apologize. But then we like destroy them when they ultimately mess up, because we're all human and we all say the wrong thing. And sometimes we say it more than once.
Humans.
I feel that for someone like Rachel that's uplifting women and trying to make an impact, I'm not a fan of this cancel culture.
Okay, cool. Can you hear that? Wait, did you hear that? What I said?
Humans.
It's working. I don't know what I did. Okay, you heard that, right? Humans. I don't. If Rachel was a $0 making nonprofit leader who only wanted to raise awareness about women empowerment, and she did not profit that much, and she did not, charge $1,200 for marriage retreats or retreat and business, whatever, coaching and all this stuff. The fairness is that she entered the market. She came with her product because she decided her life story was her product. That is what she chose to do. She could sell candles if she wanted. She chose not to. She wants to be the star. She wants to tell everyone all of her thoughts. Cool. I get that. I also understand the need and the desire. And I think it's narcissistic of me also to want to go and tell everyone my thoughts. There is an element of that. But it's I don't like it because she's trying. Everyone tries. Everyone is facing critique, whether it's from a boss, whether it's from anything. None of us signed up to be here. We were born into this earth and we're all just trying to make it work. I don't think just because, she's trying, that she doesn't deserve it. And she's a woman with children. We can't criticize those people. How is that fair? It's not. And it's just, I hate this. This is what the woman did in the Skinny Confidential podcast. It was defend Rachel because she's a woman. That's exactly what's holding women back, in my opinion. Empowering women is about standing up as, an entrepreneur that happens to be a woman or that is a woman and is proud of it. Great. But then when something bad happens, you can't fall back on, but I have 4 children. So, I had to lay off everybody. So no one should get mad at me because I got 4 children at home. Who gives a fuck? We got to be equal, everybody. Okay, sorry, I'm done.
I think we have to stop being so hard on women. I don't really want to read any more New York Times articles or YouTube videos about somebody like Rachel and how she's, what's the point of all this stuff? It's just live and let live, guys.
Raising awareness. And also, second rant of this 2-second clip. She's basically, cancel culture is bad. We need to stop criticizing women. Okay, the woman she's about to talk about here, about making a YouTube video, it's not me. I think it's Cat, I'm assuming. That's a woman too. So why don't you lay off criticizing her for making a cancel culture video and support that woman? It doesn't work. The second you start to think about what they're claiming, you can't be mad at Rachel, but I'm going to be mad at the woman who made the video about Rachel because that's fair.
That's my worldview. Rachel is a mom with 4 kids. She is making an impact as one of the top thought leaders in the self-development space. She's written 9 books. And she is putting her life on display for all to see, and that's a tough spot to be in. Any of you watching or listening, I think, would leap at the chance to meet her or interview her. And that's actually something I heard after I watched a 30 to 40 minute, I won't call it an expose, but it was a whole YouTube video about why their issue with her. And at the end, they said, I think if she exposed her process and if she told us how she does what she does, people would like her more. I thought, that's really not fair. I feel like her whole thing is about exposing the process. And, it's kind of you're damned if you... In fact, this is a Sophia Amoruso thing she wrote on Instagram and LinkedIn about being canceled. Basically, the theme of her thing, girl boss, Sophia Amoruso, was if you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, so you might as well frickin' just do it. And
yeah.
If you're attacked by internet trolls, they're not going to kill you.
Yeah.
So get thicker skin and keep going. That's the message I would want my daughter to hear is
okay, so then why are we I hate cancel culture? If that's what it is, you're going to get, beaten down by internet trolls no matter what. So you might as well do what you want to do. Okay, great message. I also need to get better at that. That's something that I think is a practicable principle to do. Okay, so why is there now but I hate cancel culture? It's it sounds like you're okay with it. I don't know. It's weird.
Who cares? Who cares what people say? Just keep doing your thing because you are. Rachel is helping people. I've seen it. But it's a persona. She's a businesswoman. Can we accept that? And can we allow her to do that? Those are my thoughts.
okay, she's so authentic, but it's a persona. That's what I was confused about. I'm like, wait, what? So that's the part I stopped at. This is now going to be completely, I'm going to watch it for the first time with y'all.
Let's get to the interview with the woman you want to hear from, Rachel Hollis. She's the author of 9 books. She produces events. She is one of the most popular podcasts in the world. She's a mom of 4. She's a badass. Let's get to the interview.
Oh, Lord. I'm skipping the song because heaven forbid they're going to take the entire Manatee fund and shove it down the toilet because the copyrighted song of 2 seconds. Okay, I'm just kidding. The money goes there no matter what.
Welcome to the Be Your Own Boss podcast. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. I am doing so great. I will be honest and tell you, I'm going on vacation next week. So everything this week feels like this big buildup to getting to go away on a trip with my girlfriends.
That is so awesome. Yeah, it's nice that now we can travel and feel a little less stressed out. My husband and I went to Washington.
Oh, okay. So now it says this was recorded March 2021. Okay, what date? Because she was in the same location when she talked to Kathy Heller. Remember that one? If you watched that stream where she basically was talking about her sweet cleaning woman. So I'm assuming this is pre-Toiletgate as well, because Toiletgate happened at like March 31st, I believe. I have my timeline pulled up. It says late March, early April. And because she put the first Toiletgate apology came April 4th, and the final apology came April 5th. So this has got to be before it all happened. That's why they held it for 7 months. Okay, so that makes sense. All right, here we go.
Last week, and I think we were the only ones on the plane that had masks and shields, and I felt like a huge dork and realized
I think you take all the precautions, honestly. And our friend group we're all fully vaccinated now. So this is our first trip since COVID and everything happened. And we have an Airbnb. Like, we're still saying socially distance and playing it safe and whatever, but it feels like safe enough to try.
Are you going to go in a freezing body of water with a full moon, though?
No, I am not going to do that. I don't do that unless I am forced to. We are going to Hawaii, where it will be warm. And even then I will not get in the water because I don't like getting into water.
Wait a minute. What? Why? Water is so soothing. Okay, that's fine.
That's the only hippie.
Whatever you're doing,
we'll have an offline. We'll talk about it. It's the whole thing.
All right. So I know a weird amount about your personal life. Like a lot of the people watching, I know what you probably had for breakfast. You taught me to do bronzer on my forehead. And I was thinking two things that I did this morning. You taught me. I also took basil leaf supplement.
Mm-hmm. Holy basil leaf. Yes. It's so important.
Yes. So, I mean, your whole audience, you let us in. So
see, this is a problem. It's like, I do what you do. You take a supplement, I take a supplement. It's like, this is exactly what the risks are when you start fucking saying stuff and go, whatever, like, people can make their own choices. Yeah, that's true. But you have to also realize that people are going to take your advice because they put you on a pedestal, because that's how our society is, that anyone with a big platform with money is like pedestaled immediately. And okay, well, whatever supplements you take, I'm going to take. And then meanwhile, you find out that you're like, oh, what's your skin routine? And it's like, oh, I just do a little Johnson's baby powder. And reality, they're getting Botox and surgery. They don't tell you that part, but okay, whatever. Off topic, sorry.
So much. I mean, are there ever moments where you just feel like you wish for a moment you had an ounce more privacy, or people at the airport didn't know like what was in your shake that morning?
I think that what's interesting is that I do really share a lot about my life, and I think people have the perception that I'm sharing everything. So I do hold a lot of things very private and very close to me. And what I'm sharing in social or in my work or on the podcast is really just things that I think might be helpful to y'all. So I'm sharing what's in my smoothie because I'm like, oh, maybe some other mama is wanting to find something quick and easy and nutritious in the morning, and she would like.
Okay, but that's sort of a new, I mean, that's always obvious. That's with everyone. That's like, I'm the most authentic person out there. And authenticity is my brand. Honesty is my brand. Okay, that's what they all say. Like there's a certain brand of self-help influencer that continually repeats that message over and over again. But the reality is, you know that they're holding stuff back. There's no fucking way. I'm sorry, I'm cursing a lot today. My bad, excuse me. There's no freaking way that they're telling you everything. Obviously, like, you know, they're like, oh, my marriage to my husband is wonderful. And then they get divorced. I mean, this story has been told a million times. Jen Hatmaker, similar. Now, okay, there's been infidelity in that relationship. But I think a lot of things in her life as well that she shares is the good stuff, the sellable stuff, the stuff that, you know, gets you a kickback in some way. But then don't call this authenticity. That's not what authentic means to me. Picking and choosing what a relatable, embarrassing stories to share. I'm expecting it all, baby. Sorry, that's what I want when it's authentic. If I'm dating somebody and they say, I'm authentic, and then they have a wife and child somewhere else, like, well, I told you what you wanted to hear, what was helpful to you. It's like, that's not authenticity, sir.
To know what's in my thing. But I, you know, when everything first started to explode, like in a crazy way, and at the beginning of 2018, it was very overwhelming to deal with all of a sudden people knowing you and coming up to you. And I spent about 9 months trying to grapple with what that meant. And I honestly feel very used to it now, because I don't think it's possible for me to do this work with my community and with these women and to do these things if I'm not actually in community with them. So,
what does that mean?
Yeah, I've taught myself to normalize, you know, the stranger coming up and being like, it feels pretty normal now.
She said she hated it.
I didn't want to bring this into the interview, but I'm going to now that you said that I watched this documentary about Dolly Parton. And when she really started to get famous, and she went to a wedding of someone she worked with, and there was like a line of 40 people that wanted to hug her and take a picture with her. And it does seem like a pretty big sacrifice to lose that anonymity, but it seems like for you feel like you're doing an act of service and you're always in that role of serving.
Well, I think it also helps that I'm an extrovert. So I genuinely love people. Like, even if I didn't do this work, I'd still.
Wait, didn't she say she was an introvert? Or am I getting that wrong? Didn't she say, like, I'm the biggest introvert there's ever been? Now she's like, I'm an extrovert. Maybe I'm forgetting. That's too much information. But again, back to the Skinny Confidential podcast, which is like, I don't know when she did that. It was like not that long ago. And she basically said, people put this on me that I wanted to help women. I just did it because everyone wanted me to do it. And this guy told me to not take my foot off the gas. So I listened, and I'm stupid. And all I want to do is be with my bra off and have dinner with my kids. And that's all I want. But now, of course, going back in time, this is a different thing. I got used to people coming up to me at the supermarket. No big deal. I love it. I'm a service entrepreneur. It's like, okay, so again, when it serves you, you come up with one narrative. When the other narrative serves you, you tell that story. That's the key here. I'm just pointing it out that, of course, we already know she's full of shit. All of these people are full of shit. But I think it's good to remind ourselves, like, oh, okay, this woman's leading her down a path and she's going to take it.
We'd be at the grocery store in line, and I'd be like, oh my gosh, where'd you get your shoes? Your baby's so cute. Like, that's just my personality. So I think that if I was an introvert, it would probably be a lot harder. But if anything, I feel in the last year, I've missed the chance to get to connect with people so much. Like, you know, having to be socially distanced and not being able to like go up to you and like, you know, tell you that your baby's beautiful or ask you how your day's going. It's been really hard. So, yeah, I think I'm sort of wired to do this thing that I do.
Yeah, I've heard only that she's been not nice to people one-on-one, or like if you go up to her, she's like annoyed. And she said she doesn't, you know, she wants to have her privacy, and I respect that and understand that. But this is I never really heard her talk about how much she loves talking to people. This is sort of a new narrative for me.
Yeah, and that is clear with your Rise event and Made for More documentary. the energy you bring to the stage. And I mean, having to teach for 4 to 8 hours, it is really, really draining. I'm introverted. I'm also a speaker. So for me, I think it doesn't come as naturally as it does for you. I actually find what you do so interesting in that you're able to stay so loose and fluid and emotionally fluid, despite always having, people judging you, basically. Do you think at your events, you're really in your element, and that's really your calling, is speaking to large groups of women? And to me, it also kind of seems almost like a religious experience.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because I grew up in the church. My dad was a pastor and my granddad was a pastor. And so I grew up in the Christian faith where someone would teach on stage. And because I grew up in the Pentecostal denomination of Christianity, it was very like storytelling and, it was big energy. So that's just what I knew. And I'm sure that if I had grown up in a different way, I would have a different.
And I saw how well it worked when you have no credentials. You can just tell a good story and people will give you their money. I learned young from my experiences in the church.
Style of teaching. But I think that combined with the fact that I grew up doing theater is really why I can be on the stage and feel so comfortable there. Because I think when you grow up doing theater, you have to be prepared for anything to happen and you have to be able to handle it and kind of roll with it. And honestly, what you're seeing is decades of work to get to the place where that feels maybe as comfortable, or it looks as comfortable as it feels, or vice versa, because God knows when I started out, it was.
Rachel, you're like 39. You've only been alive less than 4 decades.
That was not the case.
Yeah, and I like, Rachel, how you say that you keep all your old content up, your old interviews, your old speeches where you're using note cards, because you want to teach, you want to show women that where you came from, that it's okay to be flawed or stumble. And I think that's you're so brave.
No, shut up. Shut up. Sorry, I know I'm being mean to this person who doesn't necessarily deserve it, but it's like, every podcast host is just like kissing ass. I just hate it. This is the only type, like Rachel, I think is smart and she does her research, I think, in the sense of who she's going to talk to on a podcast, because every podcast that she does that's not her own kisses her ass so hard. It's like, how did you grow up to be so gosh darn relatable and daggum cute, and look at your hair, and oh my goodness, how could anyone hate you? It's like, I've learned nothing. Again, like, what is the point of this? Just like a free commercial to talk about how great she is. Like, she knows that's the type of stuff she's going to participate in. She won't go to anything critical.
I mean, thank you. But I wish that wasn't brave. I wish that was just normal. I wish that we didn't live in a society that demands that women, are perfect at all times and have it all together and have all of the answers. I wish that we lived in a place.
I wish that I was the only one that, could write books about having all the answers. I wish that everyone had all the answers, but because we don't live in that society, I am the one with the answers. That's what I meant to say.
That celebrated that sort of messy middle ground better, because I think that if we celebrated that more, then people wouldn't feel so afraid to try.
Absolutely. I have been studying feminism for a really long time. Since I was a little girl, my mom took me to the National Organization for Women conference, I think for some reason, when I was like 6. And I've always been interested in women who speak out. I really have been studying you for a while. I do feel like you are a feminist leader, even if people might not call you that. Just in everything you talk about. I'm curious. I've heard you. I've seen.
Are you fucking insane, lady? A feminist leader? Come on. My husband makes all the decisions for us. He does the business. My husband is the CEO. Okay, feminist leader, got it.
I've seen you write about feminism once in one of your books, but do you see yourself as a feminist leader? What does that mean to you?
1,000,000%. I mean, I definitely see myself as a feminist. I am a feminist, and I definitely see myself as a leader. I've never really put those two together, but I hope I hope that we're sort of redefining.
Define feminism, please. Define feminism, because you had your employees dress like you're going to brunch to impress me at my job where I am the boss and supreme leader. And if you're going to work for me, you have to work for me for 1 year and there's no exceptions. And if you're hired, at one level, you cannot jump levels. Okay, that's very feminist leader. Oh my God. I can't. Define what feminism means to you, Rachel, please.
What that means. Meaning, I think that there's sort of
Oh, wait, we hit the goal? Hold on. Let me check. I'm seeing positive comments. Damn! Oh my God, thank you. Hold on. Manatees. We manifested, manatee fested that terrarium. That scenario and situation. Thank you, everybody. Okay, this moment in time, we got to take one quick break. We got to do a clear in celebration of the manatees.
Clear.
Thank you, everyone. Seriously, thank you so much. This is awesome. And where should we celebrate? How should we celebrate? Let's ask Lisa.
I'm outside the Cheesecake Factory waiting for it to open.
Okay, we'll call you later, Lisa. You can come celebrate with us. Okay, everyone, we're part of the Manatee manifesting cult.
Oh, okay. Cult.
Woo!
unfollow me.
If you hate manatees.
I want to be relatable.
2 manatees.
I love you too.
I love you.
Manatees.
I love you too.
They truly have it all.
The manatees truly have it all. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Seriously. I really, really, really appreciate that. So exciting. And I can't wait to save them. I'm going to adopt them all, bring them home. I'll live stream it 24/7. And it'll be a fun time. No, but seriously, thank you. I cannot thank you enough.
I'm too tall to run.
I'm too tall to run away. Now you're stuck with me. Okay. Continuing to stream. Thank you, everyone. Once again, I appreciate it so much.
A stereotype that existed for a really long time that a feminist was a very specific kind of woman. And so my gut is that maybe people see me with like big hair and nails and lashes and whatever and have a certain belief about who that makes me. And I am the most liberal, the most girl power, the most like, fuck this patriarchy. I don't know if I'm allowed to cuss. Sorry, you can bleep that out. Like, I really want us to be allowed as women to just be whoever we are. I think that that's what's so damaging about this culture is that there are sort of these buckets that we're meant to fit inside of. And if you don't perfectly fit inside of the bucket, then somehow there's something wrong with you. And it's wild to me how much I can upset social media or the masses by saying something that to me feels so obvious and usually is grounded in what I believe is my right to exist, to have an opinion, to be a working mom, to get divorced, to like any of these things that people said, no, this is your bucket. Like we decided you were this person. And then any move that I make to kind of step outside of that gets a lot of pushback, which is so wild to me.
I honestly think there's a different group of people who I don't associate with that give her criticism that I'm not familiar with. I know there's a lot of, and I don't know for sure, but the way she talks, it feels like there's a group of Christian women who really, really loved her and then instantly turned on her when she started to transition and got a divorce and stuff. Because I have no problem with her, once again, for getting a divorce. I could care less if she gets a divorce. And no one, I don't think that I know, cares about divorce. 50% of all marriages end that way, right? So, but I think what I'm offended about is that she propped up her marriage as if it was this amazing thing that should be emulated by her customers. That's my issue. So I don't know if there's another group of people who criticize her about the sanctity of vows and marriage and that was their big hang up, or she's totally lying and knows what the real issue is and just decides to like straw man argument in it and say, well, you know, I'm a feminist because I got a divorce and people just can't handle that. It's like, what are you talking about? But maybe there is a group that's like, super harsh. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt, but I don't know if that's, I doubt it, honestly.
Yeah, I was watching your documentary Made for More with my husband, and we saw the part where you asked, first of all, this stand up for your sister. That's an incredible exercise where you have women standing up for each other, literally. And if people are interested, they should go watch the documentary on Amazon. But one of the questions...
Someone told me that she took that from someone else that was like doing lectures in a university or something, that was like stand up for your... colleague. It was not something that Rachel Hollis created. Now, I don't know that for sure. Someone told me that, but I would not be surprised. I'm more surprised if Rachel Hollis came up with that concept of, okay, here's an exercise we can do, because literally everything else she does is copied from someone else, from some other influencer.
Questions you asked was basically something to the effect of, do you like the way you look? Or it became clear that all the women in the room basically hated the way they looked. And this is a common story for women, with self-esteem. Like, what did that moment mean to you when you're on stage, 500 women in the room say they hate the way they look? Like, what does that mean to you?
Nothing.
I remember very specifically.
It means I'm going to write a book about body image very soon to capitalize off of it immediately.
That moment and sort of processing it after I got off stage and just thinking, we've got to do better. And I was like, I do not know what the answer to this is, but by God, I'm going to try and find out. And we have devoted so much time and intentionality and
Rachel, your book, Girl Wash Your Face, is about how Pam, this woman at your office or at an office, hypothetical Pam, can't be trusted as a friend because she can't stick to a diet. You also wrote in that book that you don't break commitments to yourself. So after a night of having fun with friends and drinking and eating, you decide to go on the treadmill because you care about your body image so much. It's like, you're part of the problem. It's reading books like that get people really like, oh shit, I gotta lose weight. I gotta get my lashes. I gotta get my extensions. I gotta get better. Because look at Rachel. Look at how happy she is. Look at how happy her husband is and how great they are together. I need to get my act together. That's where it comes from. People like you.
Resources in the last, since that moment, to try and speaking into this idea that health should be about the way we feel, not about the way we look, that you should celebrate your body. You should love the fact that you have this body to begin with. There's such so many warped cultures depending on where you grew up about what you're supposed to look like or what you're supposed to have. So interesting. I started working out with a trainer, 4 months ago or something, virtually. And he's a trainer in LA and he trains celebrities. And so he's training these women who have the most beautiful bodies in the world. And our very first call, he said, so tell me, what is it you're here for? What do you want? And I'm like, oh, I really want to get stronger. Kind of want to shape up what I'm doing. I'm feeling a little bored.
I'm not like other girls that want to be thin. I just want to be strong. Give me a break. I don't want to be skinny. Okay, Rachel, whatever.
But ultimately, I freaking love my body. I just want to make it stronger. And he didn't speak for a minute. He was like, what'd you just say? I said, oh, I mean, I love my body. I just want it to be stronger. And he's been a trainer for a while. He's like, in 35 years, I have never had a woman ever say to me that she loved her body.
Am I the only one that loves my body? Am I the only woman in 30 years that has ever loved their body? Rachel.
Am I the only hippie?
She really thinks the world of herself. That self-esteem, it can't be bought nor sold. It really comes from deep inside somewhere, and I envy it in a lot of ways. I wish I could love myself that much, where it's like you really truly believe the bullshit that you're spewing about yourself. Man, admirable.
And I was like, what is going on? I mean, I'm raising a daughter and 3 sons, but I'm raising a daughter, and it's like, if we don't figure this stuff out in ourselves, we're going to give it to the next generation.
Yes.
So we spent a lot of time trying to get answers to that and really speak into it over and over and over and hopefully shift that narrative.
Yeah, I think about my own mother, who very kind of meek as a young woman, and then me, I'm kind of a beast. I like to think of myself as a beast, but I have a daughter, and her name's Naomi.
You don't present that way. Just say you don't have the presentation of a beast, but okay, whatever you say. Rachel doesn't have the presentation of someone who loves their body either, so. Okay.
My son is Noah, by the way, but
Nice.
I want her to be just fierce and a beast. But I know she's already so fixated on her looks, and she will only wear a dress. And I'm so scared for her.
Yeah. It's wild how much once they get out in the world, once they get into school, once they get into friend groups, and how much that shifts the stuff that you're teaching at home. But I honestly just feel like it's about us practicing what we're preaching. It's about us leading out in that way. And hopefully that's something that they absorb by osmosis, because we have to change this. I have at Rise Conference, when we were allowed to have conferences in person, we would have mamas who'd bring 12-year-old girls, 14-year-old girls. And it is so incredible to watch them go through those 3 days that are really designed for a grown woman, and the shift that you can see happen. Like if you talk to a young woman on day 1 versus day 3, like how you've busted everything wide open. And I just think for those of us who are grown-ups, if we had that as teenage girls.
What does that mean? Again, like, I know this is just her talking off the dome, but like, on day 1 through day 3, it just busts open. Like, what does that mean in practical terms? What am I coming away with on day 3 as a 14-year-old girl that's going to help society at large? Like the way they talk about it, life-changing, altering activities. Like, what does it mean? I never hear this woman left on day 3 and then she started McDonald's, like I never hear that. I never hear, this woman went back to school and whatever. Like I don't hear practical like testimonials. It's always like, oh, this like airy fairy, like it was amazing and I just did my life force expanded. Like nothing, that doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know if I'm too literal of a thinker, but like I'm like I don't know what you're talking about. But it works. It's a good sales tactic. Keep it vague so people pay to find out, I guess.
Where would we be right now?
Yeah, well, it sounds like you didn't really have that, but it's interesting to look at your trajectory because, I mean, you took a very challenging situation and you're taking it to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
Are you going to ask her a question, Blake? Or are you just going to kiss her ass? Sorry.
I just keep sort of stepping into like, what does this mean? Why did I walk through the things that I've walked through, and how can I take a lesson outside? Like, how can I pull a lesson through those for myself and then maybe give it to other people? My greatest core value in my life is growth. It's funny. I was, a couple of weeks ago, I was crying. Literally, my kids were with their dad. I was sitting on my kitchen floor crying, eating a cookie. I was having a bad day.
Trisha
I was
Paytas style.
PMSing, and I was upset about something that felt really hard. And I was just like, why does everything have to be a lesson? Why does everything have to teach me? Like, couldn't I just have a week where I don't have to learn anything or
you do this to yourself,
do anything, and I could just like be? And I was journaling. I journal every day. I was journaling the next morning.
Thank you.
And I was journaling about core values and writing out like, oh, my core value has been for a decade growth. And I was like, Rachel, you're over here crying on the floor, eating a cookie about how painful it is to go through change, but also your greatest value is growth. And growth is not possible unless you're uncomfortable. So you can either be okay with the fact that you're going to have to continue to learn these lessons, or you're going to have to choose a different focus for your life. But if you want to keep evolving, evolution is uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's nice to hear that even you, where we all watching, just think that you are perfect, that you have no pain, that you're not eating. One of your podcasts, you were talking about eating a whole frozen pizza. And I like that.
Yes.
It wasn't just a
so
piece.
Good.
It was like,
No,
you're like,
I ate the whole thing.
Am I the only person who eats pizza? I don't believe that for a second also that she ate a whole pizza. Give me a break. No. Okay. That is also, I think, part of the relatability. The, what's her name? Jennifer, the actress. Not Garner. That's what I want to say. Jennifer Lawrence. I just eat hot dogs all day long. Oh, I just love a good pizza. I just eat pizza all day. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You have like the, Hollywood perfection body. It's just an act, I think, to be like, oh, I like beer and pizza. It's like, those people are worse to me. It's like, I prefer, honestly, this is just my own personal take. This is not like a advice column, but the people who say, like, you know what, I got a tummy tuck because I didn't like that I gained weight during my pregnancy or whatever. I can appreciate that so much more than someone saying like, oh, no, I just naturally lost it. I don't care about body image at all. And then like you're suspicious because you're like, oh, it looks like you did, but okay, I guess like you're just naturally better than everyone else. It's just like, I don't like the, oh yeah, like, I just told my trainer that I just want to be strong. It's like, it's okay to want vanity. It's okay, but I hate when it's lied about. And then also you're sort of shaming other people for doing it too. It's like, it's part of human nature. Yeah, we all want to be attractive in some way, I think. And I think that's okay. I think if you don't want to put the effort in, that's also okay. But if you want to go that path, just be honest about it so everyone knows where we fit in. Like if someone has a full face of makeup, and they go, oh yeah, this took me 2 seconds, no big deal. I'm going to feel shitty about myself because I'm like, oh, I could have taken 2 seconds and looked that good too. I'd rather know if it took an hour. So I'm like, oh, I don't want to do an hour, but I'm glad that you do. Everyone has different, values. Anyways, perfect, Rachel. Okay, back.
Yeah,
I hate the whole thing.
I think that might have been the episode about your venture into online celebrity dating. I can't remember.
Right.
All your podcasts
which was
are
also
floating.
I'm not even lying, is also why I was sitting on the floor eating a cookie, because I'm 38. I've been in one relationship in my entire life. I was with my ex-husband for 18 years and I have no idea what I'm doing. And so then it feels very uncomfortable and I'm like, oh, I don't know this feels like a game I don't know how to play, and that makes me uncomfortable. So that's literally why I was crying and eating.
She's crying about boothing on the floor. Uh-oh.
Boothing. This situation is a red flag.
Another red flag. She's never going to let this guy go no matter what. There's been so many red flags. Every single story she tells about her boyfriend, her boothing, it's a red flag for me. Every single time, including this one. Why are you crying about it? When your children are gone, your husband's gone, you're alone for 1 second and you're crying about your new boyfriend. Red flag. Go date someone else or date no one.
A cookie. It was a very, very human experience.
Yeah, I definitely can see you taking the high road from over here where I am in my house. I'm like, she's taking the high road. Good for her. She's so positive. She's doing this well. Talking about pain and growth, I've heard you say a few times that you recommend people speak from a scar, not a wound. And as a mom, I just gave birth like 10 months ago. So that's a very like raw experience and you feel so vulnerable. And sometimes I think I'm ready to talk about something and I realize like, oh no, you're not ready.
Yeah.
But and you've talked about postpartum depression. That actually really hit me in the gut one day was, I think at one of your podcasts where you were talking just how stressed and anxious you were after you had your son, because I felt such anxiety and stress and sometimes depression after having my son. And I just felt like, oh, okay, even Rachel Hollis went through this shit on the other side.
Yes.
So talk about speaking from a scar, not a wound. Let's start.
Rachel Hollis, her wounds heal in 25 seconds. Her wounds are scarred up and she's ready to go. She talked about, dating or being single and how great it is being single after being single for like 6 months. And she was already dating someone else or dating Kez already by that point. She did a podcast about being single. Give me a break. She's already doing stuff about, how to recover from your divorce. So she's been divorced, 2 years? She was making those podcasts a year ago. Like I don't know what a scar means to Rachel. She tells everything immediately. Like the second it happened, she's like, Okay, guys, yesterday I thought that, Christianity was the way, but today, no, it's all about Marianne Williamson or whatever, or that other crazy one. Your toe fungus means that you have a secret lady. I forget her name and I don't care.
There.
Yeah, so I don't know where that quote came from. I actually quoted it in the last book and we couldn't find the original source, but essentially the idea is that...
So I just put my name on it.
If you're going to teach people, you want to teach things that aren't causing you pain anymore. Because I think it's a really dangerous fine line to walk as a teacher, as a writer, as a communicator, to be trying to help others to your own detriment. And so I think that it's wise to talk about or teach those pieces of yourself that have long healed over and that you can kind of mine for information and wisdom that you can share with other people. But when you're still going through something and it's still really painful, I think you hurt yourself because you're sort of like opening a vein to give to other people. And I also think that you affect your healing process because you're trying to figure out how to make this thing okay for others or how to serve it up in a way that they can understand. And
the thing she's forgetting to say here on purpose is for money. She's not doing this as a public service announcement. She's not doing this as a what do they call it? Like mercenary or she's going on a mission trip to heal everyone that's been divorced. She's doing this for profit. It's a capitalistic venture. So it goes out the window, like your healing and things and all that. Yeah. Probably you should never share any of this shit with strangers for no reason. But the point that you're getting money for it is why you are quick to go and do it because you have nothing else to talk about. Your money is your stories. That's why it's like she's ready to go. It's not to help people faster. She needs to support herself.
Instead of first processing how you're feeling yourself.
Yeah, I love that. I was reading your book on the airplane for my trip last week. First of all, your new book I read in one sitting. So everybody didn't see that coming. It's incredible. I read it in 3 hours, one sitting. Let's talk about Girl Stop Apologizing. You write about the history of women speaking publicly. I've heard you talk about yourself as a witch, which I love that you're reappropriating or just calling it out. Yeah, I'm a witch. I just love that.
Does she mean bitch?
And just basically women have been burned and torched and silenced. And this is something I'm really interested in. I'm actually going to write a book about it with my husband soon. So talk about women speaking publicly. How do we, what's the history, and how do we change it and get women speaking up?
It's so interesting, and there's so much history wrapped up in this, and so many scholars who are way more knowledgeable on the subject than I am. But I do find it fascinating. History is a passion of mine, and I find it fascinating how
her own life history is fascinating. She has never talked about history ever. She always says she's a history nerd when it comes to a Tony Robbins speech or something. I'm like, where's the history in this? I don't know what history nerding you're doing.
Often women and their connection with power is ostracized, destroyed, taken over, killed, excommunicated, you name it, throughout history. And when I'm saying power, I don't mean witchy power. I mean having any sort of power, being able to use a voice, having money, having political resources. There was always this sort of disconnection or this attempt to disconnect women from their ability to wield the same sort of weapons or resources that men had. And
agreed.
It's, I am a speaker. I do have conferences like I have today because 6 or 7 years ago, I went to a conference and had my life changed and thought it was so amazing. And for 3 full days.
Here comes the Tony Robbins, didn't see the point of this or the problematic part of this. She goes to the Tony Robbins conference and there's no women on stage. Instead of thinking, oh, this man is a misogynist. This man has a company where he thought it would be totally fine to accept payment from probably thousands of women and not think it's important to have women on his stage. no, that's not problematic. She takes it, I'm going to be the woman to start my own conference. Feminism.
Days, not one woman stepped on the stage. And I thought, man, this is crazy. 14,000 people in this audience, 3 days and nights, and not one woman. You couldn't find one woman.
He could. He chose not
out
to.
of all of these speakers, and it like makes my head explode. And also it feels like such a disservice to an audience that was half filled with women. Because I love a bro. I love a dude. I'm here for it. I'm raising 3 sons. Like, I love men. I love hearing their perspective, but it is different for us. It is. We have a different worldview, and we are coming with different information. And for me, I was at this conference trying to figure out how to change my life. And I was hearing from a white man in his late 60s who doesn't have kids, who isn't trying to figure out how to be a working mom, who's not navigating all of that. And so
kids,
when he would be like, just go do it, like, just do it. And I would be like, I want to, but how do you figure out childcare? Like,
How is that advice any different than what Rachel says? Rachel also says, just do it, ladies. The only difference is she puts sis at the end of it. Tony Robbins goes, just do it. And Rachel says, just do it, sis. Come on. It's the same message. And again, she's missing the point. Like, yes, Tony Robbins is not a great example of someone I want to follow as a woman. But then she goes and, I hate to be crass, but like sucks his dick during interviews, like, oh, I love you so much. Oh my God, tell me about your new book. Oh my God. It's like, that's the problem. Like, if you're going to stand up against him and against that type of stuff, and you're like, women need to have representation, let's do it. Feminism, yeah. But when you support a man like that on your platform multiple times, that's where I go, you're full of shit.
We need women on stage. We need women using their voice, and we need them telling their stories. And I would even go one more further on that and say, like, okay, cool, I did it. I got on stage and I do the conference or whatever. Like, I'm one perspective. I am one perspective. I'm 38 years old. I'm a mom. I'm straight. I was raised Christian. I'm a white woman. Like, I am one freaking perspective.
Mm-hmm.
We need all of them. We need everybody on stage.
Agreed.
Because you need to sit in the audience at a conference and see yourself. Because if you can see yourself, if you see someone who looks like you or comes from the same background, that's going to make you believe that your voice matters and that you should also use it to put your story and your value.
Okay, but then also she knows that 99% of everyone who ever has bought a Rachel Hollis Rise ticket has been a woman, yet she hires like half men. So I know I guess she's trying to like be inclusive, but I almost think it's, again, and this is like a hot take that I've made many times. Why is it okay for Tony Robbins to have only men and her to be disappointed in that? But then she can go have her conference where she's like, okay, all my audience is women, so I'm going to put men on stage. But the whole point is to see someone that you can relate to. It's like, I don't get it. Like, it's just like, I think she wants to be a guy's gal. She wants to be cool with that group and be invited on the trip to go, to the men's only retreat. But I don't know why she does it that way. I don't know. Maybe she's doing the right thing and that's like more of like an equal ground. But I feel like if you're really catering to women, make an effort to make it all women. That's my take. I don't know if I'm right or wrong about that, but if they're doing it, might as well fucking match them.
Use and your insights out into the world.
Well, I know we only have a few more minutes, Rachel. I wish I could spend a whole year with you. Honestly,
great. We'll plan that. Well, 2022.
I'm going to attend one of your events. I want to go to an in-person event whenever the next one you have. Actually, before we get
Austin's going to be in person, girl. Austin, we haven't announced it yet, but Austin's in person. If you want to go, we will make that happen for you.
My best friend in the whole world just moved to Dallas, and I said, Rachel's taking coaching clients in Austin.
Come on. May 14th, 15th, 16th. I'm not even kidding. Like, if you guys want to come, you should come and do that. Everybody in person is VIP. It's like, you got to have the test. We're socially distanced, but it's going to be amazing.
Oh my God.
Was it amazing?
Okay.
Yeah. We will make that happen for you if you want.
Again, we all wish we had so much more of your time. I'm so impressed with you. Thank you for being here. But before I let you go, we need to have a little fun because we've been going really deep and now we need to be light. Okay, this is the rapid fire round. Just say the first thing that comes to your mind, okay?
Ready? This is my favorite. Yep.
All right. If you had to go to an island and you could only bring one food and one drink, what would they be?
Tacos. Margaritas.
LaCroix and steak.
Oh.
What is your most embarrassing work moment?
Toiletgate.
Oh,
That didn't happen
golly.
yet.
My most embarrassing work moment? I mean, I've definitely peed my pants jumping on stage 25 times. It's why I wear dark jeans when I'm on stage. I'm not even lying.
Okay, yeah. Having kids, I mean, and being a runner, like we can talk about that later.
Right.
She had that top of mind. She's like, oh, I didn't say pee my pants once yet in this interview. I better cram it at the end.
Right.
What's your greatest joy?
My children.
If you could have lunch with one person, dead or alive, who would it be?
Obama.
My brother.
Oh,
Who is the greatest band of all time?
Band?
The Beatles.
Fleetwood Mac.
If you had $1 billion, what would you do with it first?
Take all the people I love most on the most insane, lavish vacation ever.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you for being here, Rachel.
Sure.
Where can people find out more about attending your awesome Rise event?
So you can go to, holy crap, I should know this. 1 second.
Sorry, I should have.
Right. No, I got it. So you can go to riseliveweekend.com. Riseliveweekend.com. We're doing a live event in Austin, but it's streaming worldwide. That is where you can go to find out more information.
And I
think that website's down
apologize to you, the woman who wrote the book, Girl Stop Apologizing. So I'm going to go to that event and learn to stop apologizing.
Yes, for real. We would love to have you. It is so much fun.
All right, Rachel. Thank you for being here. All of you have been watching the Be Your Own Boss podcast. Until next time.
Wow, what a beast. I'm sorry, that's fucked up. I'm being mean. But she's a beast, so she can handle it. You guys, you don't know. I am fucking really crazy. Anyways. Okay. Interesting. Look, the manatee's happy. He's so happy. He's got his funds from our stream. Woo. One more time. One more applause for that. Thank you again, everybody. This has been a successful Giving Tuesday. Okay, so let's do Rachel again. Should we just continue on the Rachel train? We're going to talk about some kooky, crazy spiritual products, including a box that does nothing and another box that does nothing. Healy, if you're wanting to stick around, the MLM Healy, and also it's called Leela Quantum. It's like a literal box. So that'll be at the end. And so let's just stick to Rachel. Get my fill now that I've been invigorated by her speech. And I say invigorated very lightly. This one is, I'm catching up on my Rachel Hollis knowledge. This one is about, I believe, and I have not heard it, her leaving a spiritual retreat, and I'm curious to hear more. So that one, I believe, is her 10-step morning skincare routine. Oh my God, I didn't watch that one either, or listen to that one either. Someone help me out if you know which part this is in. It's not Happy Thanksgiving. I think is it this one? How to accept? I hope. I really have been out of the loop. Normally I know like minutes, like exactly what minute it is. So let's see.
Hi guys, it's Rach, and it's another episode of Ask Me Anything. In these conversations, I take listener voicemails from our hotline and answer whatever you guys have on your minds. And today, we're going to talk about...
It always happens to sound like her own voice, and it always happens to be something she has like, you know, to sell on, or, you know, a situation that she's like very familiar with. It's always very convenient.
Acceptance. How do we learn to accept all of the twists and turns in our life, especially when they're not what we were hoping for. And another listener called in to ask about toxic family members, which sounds like a really good one for this time of year as we all head into so many family events. So that's what we're chatting about today. Hi.
Okay. We're going to skip the intro, but we're going to ask the most important question.
What happened to dinosaurs? Yes.
Remix.
Before we lean in to those conversations,
I'm telling you, right? Okay. I don't know if anyone listens to this in like regular one speed. She talks like this. And I think maybe she records it normal speed and then slows it down 50%. Because I'm telling you, two times sounds much more natural. Sometimes I forget when the next podcast comes on and then they're like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot that I had it up to that speed because Rachel sounds normal. Anyways.
I have to tell you guys what I did this weekend.
Okay, yeah.
Because it was such a freaking delight. It was like, oh, my heart is still exploding. As you may or may not know, I love Hugh Jackman. I mean,
what?
To be totally honest, I actually don't know a single human being who doesn't love Hugh Jackman because, I mean, we got Wolverine, we've got The Greatest Showman, which is one of my favorite movies ever. He just seems delightful. He seems like a genuinely good person. Years ago, I planned an entire European trip around the fact that he was going to be in Dublin on a very specific day giving a concert because I really wanted to see him in concert.
Hugh Jackman?
And this weekend, I went to New York to see Hugh Jackman on Broadway in The Music Man, and it was delightful. It was absolutely delightful. I don't know if any of you have trips planned to New York, like this month or next month. I think these are the last 2 months. It's such a sweet show. The costumes are so great. The set, Sutton Foster stars opposite him. But to be honest, the entire cast, like it's just so well done. And I know I'm a musical theater baby, so I love musicals. If you don't love a musical, I don't know that The Music Man's the place to start, but he could not be cuter. He could not be more handsome.
Now, this is normal speed, but I feel like she's talking very slowly.
At the end of it, it was so crazy because I forget that he's Australian. So he did this whole performance as Harold Hill, which is the character from The Music Man. And then at the end, he talked to the audience and immediately he was speaking in an Australian accent. And I was like, you need to stop. Because however handsome Hugh Jackman is, when all of a sudden he has an accent, my heart can't handle it. So guys, that was just a freaking delight. And I highly encourage anybody who's headed to New York this holiday season, just check that out. I got tickets on StubHub. A lot of shows are getting close to sold out because it's his last run. But oof, cutie. That is what I have to say. Have you ever been watching a movie or a performance or at a concert or something and you're with your partner, but there's someone on stage that you're like, I will leave you for Hugh Jackman tonight. And he's like, I'll leave you for Hugh Jackman tonight. Both of us were just like, this man is a perfect specimen. That has, as usual, nothing to do with what we're going to talk about today, but I just wanted to tell somebody because it was really good. I'm also recording this in the afternoon, and at any moment, my niece is going to walk in the door with my children. So I'm trying to get a podcast episode in before they all come screaming in the door. So everyone cross your feet.
Good idea to talk about Hugh Jackman for 5 minutes to make sure you get it in there. Is this the one? Has anyone heard it? Is this the one where she's going to talk about the spiritual retreat? That's what I want to hear.
That we can get to our whole chat today. But let's start off with a conversation about acceptance. I'm going to play this voicemail for you guys, but as always, I want to remind you, if you have a question literally about anything, call into hotline.
She has the answer.
It's 737-400-7626. 737-400-4626. You can leave a voicemail. It can be anonymous. And we just started this thing where if you want to actually have a real conversation with me on the podcast about your question, leave your email, leave your phone number. We're setting up some of those chats now so we can make it a little bit more dynamic. But this is the first question that we have for today's episode.
Hi, Rachel. My name is Elizabeth. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio, 24 years old. I just moved here for a new job. And I'm calling because I wanted to get your thoughts kind of on how can we embrace acceptance more. The last 2-3 years of my life have been insane. I've had to deal with a lot of major life changes, and I've moved 4 times in the last 2 years and had to make some major personal decisions with my career. And I'm just really struggling, I think, to accept where my life is at right now and to accept that the universe has guided me to this point for a reason. And so I was just wondering what kind of insight you have around acceptance and kind of being able to move forward with what you have and tapping into trying to understand, why you may have been guided to where you are in your life at this moment.
Well, as a Rachel Hollis coach, you're either growing or you're dying. And your number one, thing in life, or at least in Rachel's case, is growth. So I don't think acceptance is a part of that, babe. So I guess you should force yourself to push yourself to become the person you want to be, sis.
Anyway, I hope that all makes sense. I really love your podcast. Thank you so much for all that you do, and I hope you're having a wonderful day.
Elizabeth, thank you for the question. I have actually a lot of thoughts lately about acceptance because I heard
wow, what a coinkydink
line in yoga, of all places, that I keep mulling over in my brain, which is acceptance is a superpower. Acceptance is a superpower. What I want.
You know what else is a superpower? Your period. I swear to God, I saw that somewhere recently. I think it was associated with Rachel Hollis, and I was like, oh no. I can't. Nothing's your superpower. Nothing's a superpower. Stop saying that.
Talk to you about today is not how you can be accepting of everything, because I think that fighting for a life for yourself that really resembles the thing that's inside of your imagination, oftentimes that requires not accepting what is. That requires fighting against what life is serving up to you. So how I want to approach today's conversation is to discuss the Serenity Prayer. Now, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Serenity Prayer. If you've ever been to an AA meeting, if you've ever seen one in a movie or on TV, you see this prayer. Maybe you've even prayed this prayer having nothing to do with AA. But the prayer goes, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So Elizabeth, I actually think this isn't a question of acceptance. This is a question of the wisdom to know the difference. The best thing that I go back to again and again to understand where I am in my life and to understand if things are unfolding for good reasons, just sort of because this is the way the cookie crumbles. Am I supposed to push back? Am I supposed to accept it? The best rationale, and you guys have probably heard me talk about this before, is by looking backwards. So Elizabeth, I want you to do 2 things in this situation. The first is I want you to sort of take a historical record of the last 5 or 10 years. If you want to do your entire life, that's fantastic. But to start with, I'd love for you to think of what were times in your life when you really wanted something or really thought that this was a very specific path you were supposed to choose.
Bored.
And it didn't work out, but it was all for the better. Can you think of...
I don't know. I don't care, Rachel. I don't care. Drop the hot tea about this spiritual retreat. Let's skip a little bit. I'm bored.
Process where you look back over and what were us?
Look back and think about your past and then better plan your future. Have you ever thought about that? My assistant from Ohio.
Easier to swallow when everything's going well, or when everything feels like flowy, when it's like clicking into flow state and you're feeling really good about your choices. It's harder to accept that everything is for us when we're in those seasons of discouragement or pain or frustration, when we've lost our job, we've gone through a breakup, or maybe we move cities and then realize we're not really loving the place that we're in. It's hard to feel like it's happening for us in that moment. But I've found that historical record taking of my life and finding those,
Dave,
happy.
Dave, what do you have to say about this?
You want to tell Tony to shove it up Tony's ass.
Perfect. Thank you.
Moments of serendipity where it all worked out how it was supposed to, even though it didn't feel like it was going to. That's what helps me now. The second thing that this historical unpack.
I hate how there's no, at least on Spotify, like there's no description. Like, what is this podcast about? I don't know. Fucking figure it out. Listen to it. That's the only thing. Like, I'm like, oh, what is this one about? I mean, yeah, but like, can you give me a little preview? No, we can't. It's like,
does is it allows me to remember what were the signals and signs that happened around that situation.
Her mic sounds like my old mic, where it's like garbly.
That I did not listen to. Or what were the times that I did have an intuition or I did have an instinct, and when I followed those, it worked out.
Okay, I'm sorry, everyone. I can't deal with this. I got to skip around. I'm bored of this. Let's do this. 7 daily practices I used to connect with my higher power. I also did not listen to that. I don't want to hear about her sex life. I don't want to hear about how to stop self-sabotaging and managing her hormones. Oh, God. Let's try this one. We'll just see how it goes. This is my show.
I know what it feels like to be in community.
Is it my computer? I hope not.
With something bigger than myself, my creator, whatever you call God. I know what it feels like when I'm aligned the way that I should be.
Hold on. Let's just exit out and restart this because.
And I know what it feels like.
Sorry, everybody. Let's start over again. Because I gotta not hear garbly. Hollis. Okay.
I'm kind of on the outskirts of that. And there are practices that I have developed that I find really help me to feel more connected. And to be honest, I don't always do them. That's why I wanted to talk about this today, because this is a huge value in my life and a huge goal in my life to stay connected to God. But I don't always get there. Hi, on this show is my guests are into. I want to unpack.
It's too loud.
We're recording.
What the heck, everybody? Hardware acceleration. Do I have to restart my whole computer? No, I can't do that.
We are recording in this audio and we're recording video, and I'm adjusting. For those
maybe there's a video.
Who are watching this on YouTube
Let's
and
see.
it's a different location.
Stand by.
You're like, why aren't you in that very dark room that we're used to seeing you in the green chair?
Okay, everybody. This is the universe. God has led us here because there's a YouTube video, which is even better than this podcast. Oh my God, Rachel, you knew. It's all divine. Okay, here we go.
Conscious of your feet on the earth.
Oh my God.
And in becoming conscious of your, just become conscious.
This computer is not working out so far. It was very expensive and it's doing it worse than my laptop used to do. I am not satisfied unless it's my streaming, but
just become conscious of your feet on the earth. And in becoming conscious of your feet on the earth, become conscious that as long as you have lived, This earth has held you up. This earth, this ground, this terra firma, this...
What is happening?
Whatever is below your feet right now. Even if you can't, even if you're standing inside your apartment or you're in your car listening to this, you are on top of the earth, and she has always held you up. That's something sacred.
She's gone off the deep end, this one.
For all sorts of reasons. So here I am, I'm in the living room, which means there's a lot more
Let's restart the internet. Hold on. I have it plugged in. Well, we might have to, maybe the universe is telling us never to watch a Rachel Hollis clip again. We've had enough, Rachel. That's what everyone's saying. They're like, we have had enough. Rachel Hollis. Here we go.
Just become
conscious.
For all sorts of reasons.
Okay, here we go. I don't know. It's working now. Okay.
So here I am. I'm in the living room, which means there's a lot more echo. I hope the sound's okay. And it also means that Jeff is here.
Oh, God.
I mean, he's always here in podcast recordings, if we're being honest. But he's definitely here in a bigger way. There's a lot more space for him to move around. And I just know that as we go into today's conversation. Well, I guess let's start with what we're talking about today. What do I want to call this?
Ramblings.
To be honest with you, let's see, what would I say this is? These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 daily practices that help me stay grounded, that help me to stay
That's 7 too many for me.
Inside of my spiritual practice, that help me to stay connected to something bigger than me. I find that the busier I get and the more chaotic my kids' schedule gets and my life gets, I'll have like a week go by, or maybe even more time. I'll have like 2 weeks go by and I'm like, oh wow, I haven't really felt very connected to Source. I haven't felt connected to God. As much as that is absolutely a part of every single day, there's a difference. And I don't know if y'all have experienced this in your life.
No.
But I know what it feels like to be in communion with something bigger than myself, my creator, whatever you call God. I know what it feels like when I'm aligned in a way that I should be. And I know what it feels like.
I don't know if you guys know God, but I do. So when we're not on the same wavelength, I feel sad.
When I'm kind of on the outskirts of that. And there are practices that I have developed that I find really help me to feel more connected. And to be honest, I don't always do them. That's why I wanted to talk about this today, because this is a huge value in my life and a huge goal in my life to stay connected to God. But I don't always get there. I'm human, and honestly, the busier my schedule gets, which is really all about my kids.
Humans.
So the more I'm driving people to football, basketball, baseball practice, to theater drop off and pick up, to taekwondo. These are all real things that one or more of my 4 kids do every week.
No way.
Dance classes. Like, they're really
That's
involved
crazy.
in activities. And I want that for them, because if one of them is really involved in activities, it's not fair that the other ones don't get to have an activity just because we're busy already. So we just try and make it work as best we can. But that means, I don't know if y'all ever feel like this, but I'm just like, all I did this week was drive back and forth. That's all I did. I feel like, when the kids are with me, I'm just constantly, if I'm not driving them, I'm cooking for them, I'm cleaning up, I'm doing bedtimes and baths. If you have kids, man, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't have kids, you have your own version of busy. Right? We all have.
It's never good enough, though. It's never comparable to mama, which I'm not saying it's not, but it's always like, moms deserve extra, extra, extra. care, and people who don't have kids, fuck you. That's how it always feels, at least. As a childless person listening to this self-help stuff, it's always aimed at the mamas because they're the ones who have real stress, according to them.
Have our own version of busy. And the busier I get, even if I'm really productive, I was talking to my boyfriend about this week, is like, man, I can have weeks where I'm super in flow state. Forgive Jeffrey and his little paws scratching on the ground, guys.
Can't hear him, Rachel.
Have weeks where I'm super productive. I feel like I'm in flow state. I'm getting it all done. I'm, cooking with gas. I'm being the mom I want to be. I'm writing the words like I need to. I'm producing episodes of the podcast for y'all. And I can kill it in terms of productivity. But if I'm not careful, those are the weeks when I will feel the least connected to source. And I don't want to get back there.
Oh God. The amount of times I had to hear people say, oh, I got a download yesterday from Source. I had to hear these people in person, tell me this. I'm like, what did they say? What did it say? It told me that everything I'm doing is right. Of course it did. That's a good thing. That's a good message to be delivered to your brain from Source. And in case you don't know what these new age terms are, Source is God for people who don't want to claim that they're religious. It's for people who are new age. They're not on the old age of organized religion, which fine. I don't care. But it's the same fucking thing. It's a different name. Source. It's God. Okay, that's what you mean. And God is speaking through you because you're special. That's what you're saying when you say, I got a download from Source. It's like a technical term. I don't know. It's a modern way to say the same shit.
I am really striving in my life. I haven't mastered this yet, but I really think that there must be a way to be productive and in flow state and connected to Source and in communion with my Creator. I really believe that there must be a way to master those two things. I haven't really mastered it simultaneously, but I'm working on it. And some of the things that I do that make me feel the most connected are daily practices that I think anybody can adopt. I'm going to tell you guys mine and you can steal them. And if these don't work for you,
I sacrifice a goat. I know, guys, it's super weird. I told you this is going to be super weird, but I do. I go to the local farmer's market. I select a goat, the one that looks the most evil. I take it back to my lair, my house, and I let it bleed. Therefore, I am securing my holy space with organic materials, the terraform of earth that holds us all together. Okay, I'm sorry, that might have crossed the line.
Then at least us having this conversation will perhaps
not a conversation.
Make you think of some examples of what your version of this might be. But these are 7 things that help me to feel more spiritual, more connected, more aligned, all of it.
Number 1, I shave my head to a bald state on Mondays. Source grants me with the longest locks Tuesday through Sunday. Yeah, I know. Crazy.
Yeah, so that's what we're going to talk about today. Let me just have some this. This is not an ad.
Oh, God.
This is not an ad. If you have hung out with me at all,
none of us have.
In the last 5 years, you know that I have an ongoing and ever continuing obsession with sparkling water. And the number one name in my game is LaCroix. This has nothing to do with anything. And no, drinking LaCroix is not a part of my spiritual practice, but freaking A, man. Guess this could be having something in your life that just, it always hits. It always hits.
Can we stop normalizing this bullshit banter that everyone does? It's like, get to the point. Get to the point. There's so many podcasts in the world to listen to. We got to cut it. We got to cut through the noise, guys. We got to cut through the noise as I have a 4-hour live stream. We got to cut through the noise and get to the meat of it, okay? That's my 2023 plan. No more LaCroix talk. Get to the meat. Get to the goat sacrificing.
Exactly like you want it to. And as far as I know, has no negative side effects. Because, like, also, whatever. Let's talk about things that make me feel more connected. I suppose let's start with kind of how I was raised to believe about this topic, which was I grew up in a very conservative Christian home, very evangelical, very fire and brimstone, very dogmatic. And I don't ever really remember anyone talking about feeling connected to God or being in communion with God.
What does that mean,
the
being
thing
in
that I
communion
heard
with him?
over and
Or
over
her,
and
whatever
over
it
is that you had to love God. You had to love God with all your heart and all your soul. And I would hear other people in the church just talking about how much they loved God and they just loved Jesus and they loved. And I remember as a little kid wondering this, and then it following me into adulthood, I was like, I don't understand what that means. And I would say it and I would agree with it, like most kids who are raised in the church, and you just sort of learned the rituals and the things that you're supposed to do and say. But
much like I do today, but just with other words. I went from Christianity and learning what they say to the New Age spiritual groups and just repeat what they say without really needing to understand it very well. I don't know what being in communion with God is. I think that's even more vague than just loving God, loving Jesus. I think that's more direct, actually. Communion to me is like eating the little wafer. I don't think that's what she means, but
I don't know that I ever really felt that because I couldn't understand like a human love and how that equated to loving your creator. Hey, Jeff, can you go ahead and lay down, bro? Yeah, go lay down.
He never disturbs anything. She makes it such a big deal that there's another living life form in the house. Like, let him live. No one can hear anything.
He's just walking all over the place.
He's a dog. He's supposed to walk. Free Jeff.
Sorry, guys. I never really understood what it meant. But I actually think that the more valuable conversation would have been, how do I feel connected to this thing that is greater than me? How do I identify with the idea, whatever your religion is, that you are a creation of something greater than yourself, that you are a child of God, that you are something special and unique and worthwhile. And so what does it look like for you to be in communion with this greater thing? To get to know it, to hold space for your questions, to wonder, to ponder, to be curious, to see it as something that you could access without a priest or a preacher or the four walls of a church, to realize that it is so much bigger than anything that man...
Okay, I'm sorry to cut it again. I'm just sort of zoning out. Who vote yes or no? Do you think Rachel hit a bong or some sort of marijuana product right before recording this? Because that's the vibes I'm getting. Like, nothing is really hitting me right now. But I feel like if I was super high, perhaps I would be like, yes, exactly. That's the difference. Like, I'm missing it sober.
Or woman, human beings could possibly express. It's so much bigger. My 5-year-old was in my room. She was like trying on my high heels in front of the mirror because she's 5 and that's one of her favorite things to do. And I can't remember what we were talking about, but I said something about God. I don't remember what it was, but I said, we were talking about God, and I said, oh, God loves you. She loves you so much. And Noah was like, he loves me so much. And without thinking, I was like, oh, yeah, no, actually, God is so much bigger than man or woman, bigger than gender, doesn't actually have any gender at all because it's God. It's bigger than that. And so if it doesn't have any gender at all, we can really call it whatever we want to. And so Mommy chooses to call
Thierry told the story.
God she. And she looked at me and she was like, God is a boy. And then I realized I was trying to have some kind of philosophical debate with this 5-year-old who just left a Christian preschool after 3 years. I'm like, this is not the time or the place. I'm like, you're right. God, your God is a boy. You're right. Absolutely. And he loves you so much. But I didn't have language for all of these things that I have now. And I didn't know beyond that you were supposed to love God and beyond the idea of prayer. You should pray every day was what I was told. You should study the word. You should study scripture. You should dig into the Bible. That was how I was taught that you would be connected to something bigger than you. I think the big issue with that, whatever you believe, if you're listening to this and you're like, I am a devout Catholic, I am a devout Christian, incredible. But for what it's worth, if you're growing up in that, or if you're in it now, whether it's you or maybe you want to bring your children up in the same way, that's your choice. But I do think it's worth considering when we tell humans and
humans, we haven't even gotten to number one. What was number one? I don't even know what number one was. I can't survive this much longer. I just want to know what the retreat was. Did she go to Teal Swan and Teal Swan was trying to like kill her or something? I want to hear those details. Someone help me, please. This is what I get for not listening to every minute of her podcast. I don't have the prior research that I normally do. Falling behind.
Children especially, to believe something without them being able to understand what it is they're meant to believe, you're not going to have the connection that you want to have or that you can have. All I mean by that is if, as a little girl, I was told to read the Bible was my way to have a deeper connection with God. And I tried. Y'all, I was a Pentecostal preacher's daughter. I read scripture. I read the Bible every day. Weekly, I would, okay, now I'm really going to get into this and I'm going to start with Genesis, or I'm going to open it random and I'm going to try it. And I would really try and dig in. It's like me at 39 years old opening advanced algebra and trying to understand what I'm looking at. It's like we assume that because someone is raised in a certain faith, or because someone even has the desire to be deeper in their faith, that then they're supposed to open up.
Okay. I'm done. I'm sorry, everybody. I feel like this is wonderful to have at like a sleepover, like you're talking to your significant other and you're chatting about life. This is wonderful. I can't. It's not even like life advice anymore. And it's not even 7 things I can kind of like think like, oh, that's a good one, or that's kind of weird. It's just like a person's, inner thoughts coming out, and I support your inner thoughts coming out. I just don't have anything to say. Like, okay, your relationship with God, okay, wonderful. Let's read the comments. Someone says, love, 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 practice, feet on the ground, my favorite. I tell my boyfriend to do it. He thinks I'm weird. I'm like, whatever, I love it. He. So helpful, thank you. Love this so much. Oh, some people got this. Okay, they understand it. Maybe it's just I'm not going through deconstruction. This person's mad. You sound new age to me. Okay, love it. Love it. This is literally a contradiction to everything you have written or spoken. Is it just your privilege that lets you do this and still expect a platform and followers? Yeah. People are giving her money. Why should she stop? Okay. Well, I guess we'll never know. Maybe I'll have to, I don't know. Basically, from Reddit, they said that she went to this. So basically, okay, let me start over. Rachel was posting on Instagram and she was saying that I have to give up coffee. I can't give up coffee for this retreat that's coming up. You have to give up coffee. And people, including myself, were speculating like, oh, what kind of retreat would make you cut off coffee in advance? And she didn't say at first where the retreat was going to be. So it could be Costa Rica, it could be anywhere. So I was speculating in my own mind that she may be going to an ayahuasca ceremony where you go and take the drugs, or I don't know, it's like a plant, and you do with the shaman, and they, watch you throw up and have a spiritual experience. But it seems like based on Reddit that it wasn't, because like I guess her boyfriend had to come and drive and pick her up because she didn't like it. I just wanted to hear that story, but I don't want to jump around so much that I'm never going to hear it. Her podcast, but if someone knows. Oh wait, which one? Okay, thank you so much. I'm seeing your comments. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, episode 344, 14 minutes in. Thank you. The manatees, thank you, Marissa. Shout out to Marissa. Here we go. This is for you. Woo! That one's for you. All right. So we were on that one. Dang. Okay. I gave up like right too soon. So I got a download from source that I didn't wait long enough. I didn't have the patience. Wow, I just learned a great lesson. Okay, let's go here. Start here. Okay. Oh my God, literally when I stopped listening to this, it's when she starts talking about it. That's crazy. I can't believe how close I was, close we were to hearing this story that I've been searching for. It was like 4 seconds. I clicked it off and I gave up. Oh my God. Wow. Okay, sorry. Oh, you don't hear it? Damn it. Sorry. Okay. Shit. Okay. Let me see. It should work. Sorry, everybody. Oh no. Why does it stop? There's something with the audio, obviously, on this in this new computer. Let's see. Sound input. This. What the frick? Okay, let's see. You don't hear it yet, right? I can hear it. She's talking about Hugh Jackman on Broadway still. Okay, let's see. Okay, can you hear the soundbite? No. What the heck changed? Nothing. Hello? Testing. 1 2 1 2. Testing. Sorry, everybody. The thing is, when it started working, I didn't do anything. Oh, maybe because I'm in. Hold on. Maybe because I'm in. Now it should work. Okay. Now it should work.
I was meant.
Okay. I was in the wrong screen. Dumb me. Okay, here you go.
Instinct. And when I followed those, it worked out for the better. So I have a great example of this. I wasn't meant to be going to see Hugh Jackman on Broadway this weekend. I was meant to be going to a retreat. I was really excited. I've been planning it for months. I was recommended to go to this retreat by one of my friends, and they were like, it's so amazing. Like, you're going to love it. It's going to be life-changing, whatever. So I sign up. I go by myself because I'm thinking this is going to be this really like beautiful, sacred, spiritual experience. And the closer and closer it got to the day, I just felt almost apathetic about it. Like I just felt like I had no passion or excitement, and that's not like me. When I have something that I've planned like this and I'm so excited, especially when it's a spiritual practice, when I feel like I'm going to go do yoga and I'm going to like eat this amazing food, I'm going to learn about my body and I'm going to learn about connection or like all of these things. I get so excited about those things. So building up to this retreat, I was just kind of feeling like nothing. It was almost like when I would tune in, sounds like such a hippie as it's falling out of my mouth, but when I would kind of like tune into the vibration of this retreat, it just felt kind of nothing was there. And I was like, this is so weird. And Boo was asking me like, oh, are you so excited? My friends were asking. Everyone knew I was doing it. My kids.
Isn't it funny how, okay, she decides, I'm assuming the story is she decides to leave because the vibes weren't good. The vibes weren't good for her. Fine, no problems. But of course, already she's going to now tell the story in hindsight. Oh, I knew the whole time. I'm so in tune. I would never make a mistake. I actually, again, didn't trust my gut. I followed my team, AKA her friends this time. She's always right, no matter what. And in any story she tells, if it's a mistake she's made, it's because someone led her astray. Her boyfriend wanted her to go. She didn't want to go, really. She knew that she wasn't attuned to it. It's not that she got there and made a mistake. No. She just didn't listen to how divinely smart she is.
Like, hey, are you going? They all knew I was going out of town. And so they kept asking if I was excited. And I was like, yeah. But like, I just felt weird about it.
Why?
I felt weird traveling there. I felt weird when I got there. Mm-hmm. My intuition knew as soon as I got to this place that this was not going to be the right thing for me. But I was like, I paid this money. I also, I'm going to be honest, I don't want these people to think that I'm weird because I showed up and then I'm just leaving. That feels rude. So I got into the space. I still feel kind of, I don't know. And I think it's important in this instance, especially because when it comes to this idea of spirituality and learning from other people, which was what I was there to do, it's very important that who you're learning from or who is in that circle with you feel like the vibrational level that you want to be at. So I'm going off on a...
What does that mean? Everyone had their vibrators out and they're on level 10 intensity. I'm more of a 7.5 type of girl. So I just knew that it was off. It was just not the same. We were just not the same vibe. Is that, I know that's not what she means, but there is no, this is all oh, I felt like I had a little butterfly in my tummy. It's what does this mean in actual terms? It's not really helpful to anyone. It's oh, I just knew the vibes were off. Okay, explain that. I can't. Okay, thanks.
Bit of a tangent here, y'all, as per usual. But in retrospect, I didn't look around that room to anybody. There were a couple people that I met who were also students who were there who just had this light inside of them. And I always think when people are striving to be connected to God and source, if you're thinking of chi and everything's flowing, when all of their chakras are aligned, when they're just living life well and trying to be a good human, you can see it. You can feel it. They glow. And so I guess I expected to walk into this experience, and
that's called being rich. You have access to good skincare, healthy food, Botox, yoga, a non-stressful job. That's what that is. That's not your chakras being aligned. That is called wealth. Look it up.
Have the teachers, at least, that I would be able to feel that from them. And I immediately didn't. And that made me very nervous. And then it all went downhill from there. I had one night at this retreat, and I was supposed to be there for multiple days. And literally the next morning, I text Boo, who was nowhere close to my retreat. He was in the same state, but was not close. And I was like, I need you to come get me. I'm so sorry, but I need you to come get me. I don't want to be here. And this is just not right. Everything in my spirit was rejecting this experience. And there was absolutely basically every version of me up until the last 2 years who would have stayed in that space because I didn't want to offend anybody, because I didn't want anyone to judge me or think I wasn't strong enough or cool enough or whatever. I would have stayed. I would have stayed in a situation where I did not feel comfortable and where I knew it wasn't for me because I was worried about the opinions of other people. And in this instance, I was just nope, I paid my money. I'm not at, so Boo came and I snuck out of this place like a thief in the night. I swear to you, there is a hilarious video of me walking down a mountainside with my suitcase in my hand because I was trying to get out before anyone else woke up. And Boo was just like dying laughing in the car, like waiting for me because it was so crazy. But the whole reason I'm telling you that story, Elizabeth.
Okay, that was like a 10-minute story. What happened was she went somewhere, decided she didn't want to be there anymore, and then left. It was the craziest thing. I was walking out with my suitcase like, okay, you're really stretching this one out quite a lot. How about, okay, so she went to Broadway that weekend, so I wonder if they were in New York then. So let's look up New York retreats, November-ish, November, 19th? When was the weekend? I'm trying to figure out which one this was. Teal Swan, I don't know. If she went to Teal Swan and left, okay, I think that's a good intuition, but I don't know which one. I'm curious which one she went to. I need to know.
Is that my intuition leading up to this event knew that something was off. I had conversations with the people putting it on. I had gotten emails about it, and just everything that I was seeing I wasn't aligning with it. And I ignored that because I really wanted to have this experience of what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, what about Pam? I agree with Stephanie. What about Pam? Pam, you can't trust Rachel. She didn't stick to her commitment to seeing this spiritual, experience through. Would you trust someone that couldn't just stay at a probably luxury retreat for 3 days? Psh, I don't think so, girlfriend. Good point.
But I should have listened to that voice. I've talked about this before a lot, and I've had a lot of different teachers come on and share wisdom about connecting with.
Oh yeah, this is still her answering the question that someone's like, how do I accept my life for what it is? Let me tell you a little ditty about Hugh Jackman and my experience on a retreat.
Intuition, which is the wisdom to know the difference. That's your intuition. But ultimately, I think that you have to develop a relationship with your intuition, because what's likely happened is that little voice inside of you, your gut, that thing that we're all born with, it's likely been.
Maybe she went to Nexium. I mean, that's closed now, I think, but Nexium was in Albany, New York. Maybe she met with the remaining members of the Keith Raniere sex cult, perhaps? Getting a little brand on the weekend?
Silenced, pushed away, ignored, berated, so much so that it stops to speak to you. Or maybe that voice has been screaming at you for years, but there's so much other crap in the way, standing in between you and that intuition, that you can't hear the wisdom it's trying to share. This, by the way, is how things begin to manifest in our body. All of a sudden, you start to have anxiety attacks, or you start to have different things in your body that are like shutting down, or pain that's you're experiencing that kind of came out of nowhere. You're getting headaches, you're getting bloating. Our body will hold the truth.
The reason I'm bloating is because this retreat is not for me. I am not meant to have a spa session at noon. I'm bloating. I must leave. But I'm not going to say anything. Bye.
Of what we cannot see or what we refuse to see, our body will hold on to that. And if we can't listen to the intuition, our body will try and express itself through other means. So I think it's about having a relationship where you begin to listen when your instinct tells you that something's not okay. And what I found is that the more that I listen to that voice, the more I will leave a situation, even if everybody else will judge me for it, the more that I will hold up a personal boundary, regardless of what someone else thinks. That is what encourages that voice to become stronger. So by looking back historically, we can see all of the times that we were guided, but we can also identify what were those feelings that I had that I ignored. because I cannot tell you, I don't know if y'all have this, but I think of so many times in my past where I'm like, these moments stand out in time. Like, think about this for a second. Do you have any memories of in your relationship, with friendships, with family members in your past where nothing really happened in that moment? Like, it seems like sort of a boring moment, but for some reason you always remember it.
No.
I have so many of those. And the older I get and the more I explore those moments where I'm like, why does this memory stand out to me? Why does this memory of my friend telling me the story stand out to me so much? Why does this moment where I heard someone talking about someone else, why does that stay in my memory? And what I've realized, y'all, is it stays in my memory because on a subconscious level, my body knew that something was wrong with that information, even if my mind couldn't process it. My body sensed that someone was lying. My body knew that something about the information I was being given was incorrect. Like, I get chills thinking about how many times I'm just like, why do I remember this random moment? And then I'll think it through and go, oh, because later that friend ended up screwing me over in such a huge way. And that moment in time where I
I think everyone, this is my own perspective, obviously. I think everyone has those feelings sometimes, at least I do, where I'm like, oh, that was something weird. And if it turns out to be something, you think about it again. If it turns out to be nothing, you forget about it. That's like how we process information. I don't think it's some like, oh, divine gift that she's received from Thy Bounty, you know? Like, I think it's, yeah, if you meet somebody, right, and they turn out like, and your first impression's bad and it's like, oh, whatever. But then later on you become friends, you might even say like, oh, God, I used to think you were such a bitch, but you're actually really nice or whatever. You know, it's like a common thing, you know, but if that turned out to be bad, you'd be like, oh, my intuition was that this person was bad and I was right. So I just think it's like you have the data later to go back and go, oh, I was right or I was wrong. And if you're wrong, you forget about it, you move forward. You don't even think twice about it. That's what I think is going on here. It's a very obvious, you know, human trait that everyone has.
Feeling that I ignored or where I remember it standing out to me, it's because she was acting as her authentic self. And it wouldn't be until years later that I recognized that that's who she truly was. So those like historical unpackings that we can do in our past.
I think she's talking about Jen Hatmaker for some reason. I just get the vibe.
I think, are how you begin to identify the wisdom. That being said, Elizabeth, it sounds like you've had a lot of change in your life over the last several years or maybe even more. It's kind of like I said a couple weeks ago in the Ask Rach episode about this idea of really trying to figure out why. Why isn't it working out? Why am I being blocked? Why does this feel so hard? Why is it easy for them and hard for me? Why is it that every time I go into a situation, it feels like this thing happens? Understanding why, again, this is about pattern recognition. It's about looking at things historically and seeing if there are any patterns in the behavior is what you need to do to figure out if you're currently self-sabotaging and not realizing it. Because it sucks to hear this, but the only variable that doesn't change in our lives is us. So if you keep encountering the same things over and over, I know it can be daunting to have to hold up a mirror and look at what's going on, but it can also help you. So I'm totally making this up, but for instance, maybe in the last few years, someone's listening to this and they keep getting jobs and they get so excited about what the job is, but then it turns out their boss is always an asshole. Like they always end up working for someone who's a jerk or who's a narcissist or who overpromises and underdelivers. Like there's always an issue with
Rachel.
Whatever leader they're working with in whatever job they go to. If that is your pattern.
Here comes the self-blame. Louise, hey, get your notes out. If you meet 10 jerks in a day, you're actually the jerk, right? That's the lesson here, I think she's going to say. Blame yourself.
That's really powerful because that is not an accident. You are getting those positions with those exact people because something's going on with you. Maybe what's going on with you is that this is a beautiful quality, but you always believe the best in everybody. You believe everything they say. They promise you the world, and you are a dreamer and a believer, and so you just go along with it and you don't see the truth until later. Maybe you always find yourself in these positions because on some level you don't feel worthy of working for a leader that you identify as smart or powerful or successful. And so you keep gravitating toward people who on some level you know are no good. Maybe you have a long history of that. Maybe your parents showed you that behavior, and so you just keep repeating it over and over. I don't know why you might find yourself in these situations, but I do know that patterns repeat for a reason. Patterns repeat for a reason.
Wow.
So if you can figure out whatever it is that you're not liking about your life, Elizabeth, I don't think you're supposed to accept it. I think that you work to change it for the better. But if you do not have the wisdom to know the difference, you are bound to repeat yourself again. So it sounds to me like you could really benefit from an unpacking. One of my favorite ways to do that is inside of therapy. But if that's not an option for you, open up the journal and just start free form writing. What are the patterns? What's happened in the past? Why does this keep showing up? Give yourself the power to explore.
I'm glad she said therapy. I always appreciate that. Good job, Rachel.
From a place of change and hope and faith, and just see what.
We're 25 minutes into this, and this is one answer. How do I appreciate or how do I accept my life more? Let me tell you about all my things.
It's there. One of the best books I've read in the last couple of years is The Obstacle is the Way by Ryan Holiday.
Okay, I don't care anymore. Okay, here are my two. I think it's Wim Hof. I think this is my guess. It makes sense. It's in the right area. It's in the right period of time. She would want to do Wim Hof, I think, because he is like famous, and she probably would want to get him on the podcast. You know, I think that's definitely up her alley. Hiking, breathwork, cold immersion, meditation, walk at a peace pagoda, and farm to table meals. I mean, I'm not saying this is confirmed. Obviously, this is a total guess, a guess in the dark. But she went to Broadway afterwards. She said that he was in the same state, but she was in a different city. So that would sort of make sense. And she would not stay in a tent. I know that for sure. So she wanted to stay at an inn. So she said she got there on Friday and she left in the morning. So she did the dinner and the meditation. Now she didn't want to have to do the breath work and stuff, maybe, perhaps. That'd be my guess. That's my educated guess, just based on nothing. All right, let's see if she ends this soon so we can move on to dumb products.
But I'll sum up the entire concept for you all really quickly. It basically says that every single one of us will be faced with so many obstacles in our life. Maybe that's career, personal, health, financial, you name it. We all encounter hardship. It is the act of overcoming the obstacle that actually pushes you to the next level. Think about it. Think about a situation in your life where you had to figure it out. And when you learned to figure it out because you had to, all of a sudden you have this knowledge and this skill set that you didn't have before. It is so freaking powerful. So do some unpacking. Read that book if you haven't yet. And just trust that it's all going to work out exactly as it's supposed to.
There she is. I'm just kidding.
Because you are in the driver's seat
That'd be crazy.
of your own life. And now I'm looking out the window, you guys, and a bunch of kids are about to run in here. So I'm going to pause this for a.
Okay. Elizabeth, do you feel healed and whole now? Do you accept your life as it is? This is in the Wim Hof place, is in Petersburg, New York. I went to the SusCon. It was actually Heidi. I didn't know she was hosting it. I felt uncomfortable and left. But Heidi's $5,000 conference is only one day. How much does it cost? I don't know if it says this here. Tickets. Oh, I can't. It's already passed. Dang. I don't know about Wim Hof. I feel like Wim Hof gets a pass. From me, he seems pretty not normal, but he seems pretty unproblematic, but I could be persuaded against that. Also, I saw a comment come in. I'm going to pull up the YouTube, the like actual show. So I get like a version of the comments through my thing, but I don't get the real ones. We've hit $605. We've surpassed our goals. We are growing and not dying, everybody. Thank you. Woo! You know what this moment deserves? Some kitty time. Come on, kitty. Everyone wants to see you. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I don't know if I can do it. I set up the thing today for the camera so I can play the webcam, but now I disconnected it before to try to fix the audio. Kitty, come on. Get motivated. I don't want to force her because like she doesn't like to be picked up unless she's ready to be picked up. And we're all about cat consent, okay? On this channel. So thank you again. Thank you. The Manatee says thank you. Here. Thank you. Thank you, everybody from Mooey the Manatee and me. We say thank you. It's a great, great day. I'm very proud of this community. This community. It's so cute. Okay. So now, speaking of spirituality, perfect opportunity while Tarot considers joining us or not. Perfect segue into talking about something that I've been wanting to talk about for a little bit. We talk a lot about retreats and we talk about, advice and these events and whatever being problematic in the spirituality, new age space. But one other thing that I find interesting is products. And I've seen a lot lately, and I just want to kind of talk about it for a little bit. There's two that I'm going to focus on today, and I think this deserves more of a deep dive at some point. But let's just have a little fun. I use, again, fun lightly. Here is one. You might have heard about it. If you follow, weirdly, if you follow some anti-vaccine people, they seem to hate that, but love this machine. I don't understand why. I guess it's because if it's FDA approved, then it's evil. But if it's sort of FDA approved, then it's okay. I don't know. It just seems weird. You would reject big pharma, but then accept this rinky-dink MLM product as oh, this is truly a good one. But whatever. So I discovered, my personal story with this product is that I had been pitched it at an event. And so I was working. Let me pull it up. I was working. Here it is. This is the product we're talking about, Healy. Heal yourself with Healy. And it's this little thing that you put on, you clip it on to yourself, and then it's an app, essentially. It's bullshit. But my personal story with it is that I was working as a videographer at a live event in Dallas, and I was sick. And I was, wearing my mask the whole time. I couldn't, I was the only videographer that was doing, the work that I was doing. They had live videographers there, but they didn't have any, interview people. So I had to go. It had been planned a lot in advance. I didn't want to go, but I was okay, I have to do this. And there was a photographer there. And she was a very nice woman. And she saw I had the mask. And this was like still mid-pandemic. Like this was, I didn't test positive for COVID, but, I wasn't feeling good. And so I wore the mask the whole time. But basically everyone else there, and there was like 1,000 people, were not wearing masks. Anyways, so because they didn't believe in it at this event, if you know what I mean. And anyway, so the photographer comes up to me and goes, "Oh, are you okay? Is everything good?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just like not feeling that great. Like I'll be fine." She's like, "Oh, well, if you want to borrow my Healy, it'll help you." And I thought she meant like her inhaler. I was like, "Oh, your Healy? Like, what is that?" Like, "Oh, I'm good. I don't want to take your inhaler, but thank you." And she's like, "Oh no, here it is. I've been playing like the like immunity vibration or something. I don't know." She was explaining it like how it works. Basically, it's like this little thing that vibrates and it's supposed to like, give you healing energy. It's approved by like for minimal arthritic pain in a certain part of your body if it's caused by overexertion. That's what it's medically allowed to do and supposed to be done for. But these people because it's an MLM, so okay, if you're familiar with Monate, Arbonne, Avon, I don't know what, a Beachbody, the distributors are the salespeople. So they take the product and they start saying what it's done for them. It's healed my cancer. It's taken away my Alzheimer's. My dog was located. Like these are all claims that people have made about this product. So basically there's different ones, right? I don't know. You put it on, you sync it to your iPhone or your phone, and then you hit like skin, and then it's like a thing. So let's play a video to show you exactly what it is. But apparently this is like, at one point they were saying, "Oh, this is don't COVID's fake, but if you do get it, just put this on to the antiviral program and then you'll be healed." So here you go. Here's an example of someone showing
the
it.
Healy app and connect the Healy to the Healy app and the phone. Phone's Bluetooth settings. You just make sure and find it. So you have to
get the app.
First, it's not going to break. Just push down just simply by typing it. So 01. Connected to the...
Okay, do you think this thing's gonna heal anything? Like what? This is like a piece of plastic that it's like like a little toy, and it has an app. Okay, so these are all the ones. Gold, local stimulation learning, so you can turn it on and learn better. Fitness, job/sleep, because we all know job and sleep go hand in hand. Mental balance, beauty and skin, bioenergetic balance, meridians. Okay.
30-40% firmer and push down hard to make sure that the Healy...
Okay, so now he's going to show, so this is one of the, more advanced options. He's going to use the little tags. With his, headphones.
And if you're running programs to do with the mental state or the head, then you're going to use and attach the ear electrodes.
You're going to put it in water. Like, are you insane? What are you doing?
And once you've attached the electrodes, the best thing to do before attaching the wrist straps or the ear electrodes is to make sure that you wet them just so that they make a proper persistent.
And so all these people are incentivized also, obviously, because it's an MLM, to make these videos where they're showing out, how to use it. So it looks like, oh, wow, like a lot of people are gaining a lot of greatness from this. And, oh, so many videos about it, praising its efficacy. But again, like a lot of these people are being paid to make these videos. So I just wanted to show you, excuse me. I wanted to show you, I entered a group. Now this is a private group. I just said add and they immediately added me and I didn't have to give any information. But I just wanted to show you some of the claims that people have made about this this product. Some of them are funny, and that's why I think it's important to show. I mean, the whole thing seems, completely ridiculous, but some of these claims, I mean, it's sad because people are possibly foregoing important medical procedures to to participate in this nonsense, but it's still funny nonetheless, in a way. Okay, I joined the Facebook group. What is it called? Healy. And they have a whole thing about animals too, and they're putting them on horses, and they're putting them on dogs. And like I said, if you want to find your dog's missing, apparently you can play this and the dog will come back to you, according to these people in this group. Okay, let's see. Facebook, sorry. Of course, the one link I want to actually use. Okay, here it is. Okay. Here we go. Okay, there's a lot of people talking about, okay, this one. Here we go.
Hey, how's it going? This is a testimonial that is way past due. And I felt the call right now to finally make a video testimonial to show my gratitude to the Healy devices, as well as the gentleman, Tony, who introduced me to these devices. My story is going to take a little bit of time to detail, because I really want to cover all the bases and show my greatest gratitude to both Healy and Tony. Tony was introduced to me from a mutual friend because, unfortunately, my dog had a so-called inoperable cancer tumor that was almost the size of a grapefruit. And every single vet basically said, we can't do the surgery, she's too old, etc., etc., etc. I started praying, I started meditating, I started her on a bunch of anti-cancerous supplements, and it was definitely helping. It was shrinking the size of the tumor significantly. However, it just wasn't enough to save her. And one of our mutual friends, his name is Martin, introduced me to Tony and the Healy device. And even though I have a deep interest in crystals and energies and frequencies and all this stuff, there are a lot of, for lack of a better term, devices that don't exactly do their job. Now, keep in mind, Healy cannot be marketed as a medical device per se, outside of basically being a TENS machine, which is a machine that sends electrodes through the body to help, quote unquote, deal with your pain. But I don't really care what the FDA says and what anybody says. This device literally saved her life and has helped me with my health ailments as well. So, claim number one, he's going to continue to make it, but basically, yes, it took his dog's grapefruit-sized tumor, and it's going to eliminate it. Now, of course, there's no pictures of this dog. There's no evidence that this dog exists. I don't even think he's even said the name of the dog, which is sort of odd if you really loved, a companion like that. I think you'd say, like, my dog, this. Not just, like, my animal. Like, you would probably say, like, Sadie, or maybe he did. But just seems a little informal, or not informal. It seems a little bit cold, I guess, to me, like the way he's describing it. And then he's also going to talk about healing his grandfather in a second, and himself. So this one was one of my favorites. To cut to the chase, I didn't tell Tony anything what was wrong with this dog. Okay, nothing. I just said I have a dog that's not well, and Tony offered to do a free scan using his Healy device. Now, I'm in New York City, and Tony's all the way on the West Coast. So I said, okay, let's see if this thing is legitimate. And the device does two types of scans. One, it basically...
So apparently it could scan the device, I think is what he's saying. It can scan you from California to the East Coast. So why do you even need it then if it can just do it through the air? What's the point of having it then?
Basically checks your physical body, and one checks your auras, your chakras, okay? And he did a report for my dog. Her name is Izzy. And,
Izzy,
for
okay.
the aura as well as her body. And I swear to you, this thing was so accurate. It was not even funny. It knew about her previous health issues. It didn't say cancer, of course, because again, this device can't be used as a diagnostic tool.
Of course.
But it pretty much said everything that was going on with her. It even knew about the issue that she had a growth on her right leg. It focused on that there was an issue with the legs, with her skin, with her sleep issues, with depression, anxiety, confusion, all these types of things that I know the dog was definitely going through because I happen to be an empath myself and I read animals specifically very well.
I know that it works because I'm an empath and I specifically am an empath for animals. Okay.
So anyway, when Tony gave me this report, I was completely blown away and I said, wow, this is amazing. Tony then, for weeks and weeks on end, was sending Izzy frequencies all day, all night. And I swear to God, and I really mean this, this was a dog who was ready to die, who could not stand up, who could not walk, who could barely eat. Within 3 days of Tony running these frequencies, this dog not only got up and started to eat and drink, but she asked me to take her for the longest walk I've ever given her, which was literally over 1 mile long. And I started crying immediately, knowing that I was on the right path to healing her.
Mm-hmm.
So then I ended up buying a Healy, and the tumor started to shrink.
So again, the guy, his upline, I'm presuming, Tony, was healing her, the dog, Izzy, from afar. So there was no device until he bought the Healy. So it was already curing her without having to even place it near her. So why even purchase it then if it's already working and it doesn't, like, energy doesn't matter where you are? It just doesn't make any sense to me. This is something that my life coach started talking about, my former life coach, where I started to get nervous and she started like, okay, so she would say, I can channel your mom for you. I'm like, what? She's like, I'm like, what, like role play? She's like, no. Like I can tune in with her body and like, cause my mom and I don't talk. And she's like, I can, see how she's feeling about this. I'm like, no, you can't. You can't do that physically. She goes, no, it works. Like energy doesn't have any, distance, no geography. I'm like, okay, so why are we together then? Like, what's the point? Why can't you just heal me from afar then? Like, none of it like checks out realistically. Anyways.
Shrink. And finally it got to the size where a specialist, a surgeon who only deals with elderly dogs with horrific forms of cancer, said to me, I got this. And she saved her life.
So the Healy allowed this surgeon who only deals with elderly cancer dogs to operate, I guess. So the Healy, I guess, didn't actually cure her.
If it wasn't for Tony introducing me to the Healy, if it wasn't for the frequencies, just thought my baby wouldn't be here right now. And guys, I can't tell you how much I love animals. That's the reason I'm vegan. It has nothing to do with health whatsoever. So that was for my dog. For me, I had very high levels of cholesterol prior to being a vegan, which cholesterol is really what cholesterol really is it's created in the body to help deal with acidosis, which comes from not eating properly. And a lot of times it'll form gallstones or kidney stones. And one day I developed this horrible pain in my stomach and I didn't know what it was. So I asked Tony again. I said, Tony, can you scan me? And it came up immediately, gallbladder. So I said, okay. I went to a gastroenterologist just for the hell of it. Had a CAT scan done. And guess what it was? Gallstones in the gallbladder. Guys, you can't fake this stuff.
You can, actually.
If you really want to get better, if you want to heal yourself, your animals, I mean, this thing can even program crystals to hold certain frequencies. Get yourself a Healy. And I'm going to show you how dedicated I really became after all the success I had for myself, as well as multiple family members who still don't believe that this thing is what essentially, and I have to use this word loosely, of course, cured them. I don't know what is. But now I own 3 Healys, which I will show you right now. I got them, all 3 of them running 24/7. And I even bought 2 additional cell phones, which I hope you could see here, that are running frequencies 24/7. And I use these on multiple relatives of mine who have a lot of health issues. My great uncle was supposed to pass away almost 2 or 3 months ago because of he used to be a major alcoholic, cirrhosis of the liver, cancer, horrible health issues. And suddenly my great aunt called me just the other day and she said, "You know, your great uncle's doing a hell of a lot better." And I said, "Oh, really?" I didn't tell them that it was the device that was helping them out significantly, but this is a man who has been bedridden for the last 3 months, who finally gave me consent to do my thing. And all of a sudden he's out of bed and he's eating and drinking again. Not alcohol this time, but he's starting to get his life back. And he's no youngster. He's 87 years old. Guys, get yourself a Healy. You've got nothing to lose other than all the ailments that you and your family members and animals have. And I think they have a 14-day or a 30-day return policy.
You have nothing to lose except all of the ailments you and your animals have, and your grandparents who are alcoholics. He consented, but I didn't tell them that I'm using the device. Okay, so what consent did you give?
So if you really don't think this thing works, just send it back and get all your money back. Hope this helps all of you guys in the future.
It did help. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Okay, that's one. That was one of my favorites. Okay, then some of the comments are, that's amazing. So when you say to do an analysis, is it run all programs through Blue app? I scan all Healy programs and then I do animal programs and send it for 2 to 5 minutes. Okay. Let's watch another one and then we'll talk. Okay. Oh God, this one, I don't know if I even want to share that one. It's like someone's walking again. Where was the good one? Yeah, a lot of animals. That seems to be, I mean, the thing is, like, I don't think if I was sick, I would buy something, like this. But I wouldn't either if I had an animal, but it's much more like I would contemplate it when it comes to, okay, this one's kind of funny. When it comes to my, if Tara was sick and someone said, hey, this could heal her, I would think about it twice because I'm like, I'm so desperate. But I think that's why they say animals, your grandparents, you, everybody's included. So like, if you're not really caring about yourself that much, then you might be guilted into buying one to, solve your animal's problems.
Hello, beautiful souls. I hope that everybody is sparkling, spreading positivity, abundance, respect, kindness, love everywhere. I had to share what happened tonight because it was just crazy, as it always is with my amazing Healy. Thank you for being my savior. Oh my gosh. So obviously I'm in this fancy dress. My husband and I had a gala tonight. And, we get there, we're having a great time. I don't know if you can tell, but I really dolled up. So, like, I have eyeshadow on, I have, like, mascara primer, and then the regular mascara, and then the eyeliner. So I'm not sure exactly which part made me go into allergic response. But, yeah, it was not cool. And nobody knew it because of my Healy. So here I am. During the lecture, during the speech part of it, during when the speakers were up there, my eyes started like feeling like they were on fire. And then I felt my eyelids actually swell. And because of my anaphylactic response that I've had recently within the last 3 months, I was just like, oh God, what is it now? Like, what was in the food? Was there anything in the food? And I'm like, but why would that activate my eyes? I'm like, what's going on with my eyes, right? And it wasn't right. It wasn't on the bottom. It was only the top. It's my eyelids were swelling and just really, really, really painful, like stabbing in my eyes. And I was like, okay, what's going on? And then I got nauseous. And then I was like, okay, something's going on here. And even right now, like I'm pretty weak. But I went to the bathroom and I got my Healy. Like I literally like just went in there and turned it on. I used Release, which releases uncomfortable sensations, both emotionally and physically. So I did release, and then I was like, okay, am I going to be okay? And I was like, I don't want to create a scene. Like, we're at this gala. This is like important to my husband.
Not to me.
So it was like with his work and stuff. So I was like, okay, so I'm going to go back to the table. I'm going to see how I feel. I was still a little nauseous, but like, I'm so grateful for this amazing device because the knife stabbing pain in my eyes went away. First of all, this is my personal testimonial.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now they got to make sure they say the disclaimer, like, hey, I actually can't say anything of what I just said.
Healy is here to balance and harmonize your bioenergetic field, in turn enhancing your own self-healing, self-mastery capability. It's not intended to cure, treat, prevent any diseases. But this is my personal testimonial. So within 8 minutes, my knife stabbing pain in my eyes went away. You can't really tell because I have so much makeup on, but my eyelids are pretty puffed up and swollen.
Go to the hospital.
To how they usually are. And obviously I'm a little affected with my body. Like something is not happy.
It's probably the Healy. It's probably putting that device on your body all day. That's the gist of that one. The knife stabbing pain in my eyes are healed. It actually can't heal. But here's my curing story. Okay. There's a guy who did a really, really great piece about this, and he went into like who created it. It's like some random dude, and I don't know. Here's this one, and we can watch a little bit of that because he picked out some. Oh, here's the horse. He picked out some really great moments from some of these. Here's the horse. Yeah, I think that's really it's gonna do it. I think that's really gonna heal the horse. Someone says, what programs can one apply to reduce fat, increase more energy, and recover from serious injury? And then they responded in a different language. Oh. A lot of autism is healed.
My name's Steve.
Here's another one.
I have a 22-year-old autistic son. He was clinically diagnosed as very severe autistic. We brought his score down from very severe to severe, down to the high end of moderate to mid-range moderate, and he's getting ready to hit mild now. The therapies we've been using other than diet have been frequency-specific microcurrent through Dr. Carolyn McMakin and neurofeedback through BrainCorp. In the last 90 days, we've seen very, very substantial improvements with our son. And I've got data. We've been having EEGs done every 30 days and taking the...
Whatever. He goes on and on. But basically, he's like, yeah, I cured my son's autism. So, we love that. We love that. So you gotta make sure to target all of the vulnerable populations. Parents with kids with autism. You got to make sure you got the animals. You got the makeup, anaphylactic shock. But the one guy, literally, and I'll show you, it's called Vulture Report. He sort of stopped making videos. I just came across his channel today, and I'm like very upset that he stopped. And I'm hoping that maybe he'll start again because I really like his style, and it was very good, and he did a great job. So I'm going to also add this to my description after this so you can watch the full thing. But literally, he found a guy who says, I was deathly allergic to like peanuts, which is obviously a very serious allergy. And he's like, I put the Healy on and like, I ate a peanut. Are you insane to say that? Like to somebody? Are you nuts out of your mind? No pun intended. Pun intended. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we don't have to watch the whole thing, but here is where he got so, look at all this information this guy put together. Like he makes my research look like child's play. Okay. Okay, here's the part where he talks about the claims. And of course it's a
bacteria.
It's an MLM, so you can never, I'm already out no matter what the product is. But the fact that they're making all these ridiculous claims is insane to me. Okay, here's the guy. This is Vulture Watch. So if you're looking for another rabbit hole to go down, I approve. Here you go.
Yeah, I searched Healy's website for evidence. They claim many studies confirm safety of their method, but don't actually mention any of them. But they do name 2 scientists. Professor Becker, orthopedic surgeon, no physics or research background, made wild theories about electropollution and even suggested that electricity is a conspiracy. He claimed the current from your wall socket isn't used up at all, goes straight back to the power station through the ground. Professor Nordenstam.
Okay.
You get home from work and you're sort of thinking, I've got that heavy throat, or you've got a headache, or you feel like you're getting a cold. If you run immune system within 4 to 6 hours of those symptoms starting, you'll knock it on the head.
Anything from lungs to liver function, you can use it to protect yourself from self runs, from electrosmog, be more balanced in certain planetary alignment issues. You know, everyone's always freaked out about Mercury's in retrograde. Well, we have a program to help you with that, okay? And the bioenergetics.
It really does it all. It protects you from planetary alignment issues as well as electric smog. I've never heard of that. Wow, it does it all.
Or we'll say it's specifically a program designed for the current worldwide environment we see ourselves in, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
You do not need to have the Healy in your field. Once you have a client's information in here and their vibration recorded, you can send to them anywhere. So like my daughter, I can work on her while she's at school. Not a problem. I have a son that's in college on the other side of the state. I work on him daily and he can feel the vibrations.
A dog that actually got lost in a park. I came to the idea of trying to use the Healy to find Cleo. So I added in her information and we could just record the aura. Now, you see the aura, we can have a look at the analysis, delete the elements. To be found, safe and sound. So here we go, we start vibrating. 13 minutes into this frequency, she ran back to the car. This machine can do a lot of things. Since then, we've also healed a car. We found another dog and we've brought a lot of manifestations into our lives.
Wow. Okay. Healing cars. If this is the first time I've heard this from like the new age spiritual world, I would think, oh my God, this is like a one instance. But medical medium, who I also hate, and we need to do a full deep dive, deep live, maybe next week. That can be our target my target, because he is one of the people I dislike the most. But people are his supporters are so staunch and they love him so much. Like it's probably going to be filled with people who are going to just rip everything I'm saying apart in the sense of like, you're horrible, he's so great. Like I look at videos of people who've done videos about him before and it's a nightmare. Like it's just like they swarm. But that's not going to stop me from talking about it. So maybe that'll be a good one. But he also says that he is an intuitive to cars and he has a whole thing about healing cars. Like, what is that about? I've never, like, you're going to heal bodies and also go to a mechanic. I don't understand why that's included in these stories. It's so weird. It's like if you're trying to like convince people for real, maybe it's one of those things where, and Camelia has talked about this on her channel and on Cringefluencers a lot, where it's like, if you're trying to look for a good target, like if you were a scammer, you might misspell words on purpose to see what type of person would miss that. And then they're not looking at details closely. So if you say like, oh, I'm going to heal my car and also cancer and dogs and horses and everything, that's the type of person that might just like give you all their money and go, oh, I believe anything. I don't know. It's interesting. Okay, so they healed a car. Exactly. Okay, so let's see if there's anything else with this one. So I think a full dive into Healy is necessary. I came across it again on this one woman's Instagram. She's like very much into like the sovereign life and let's see. She's a Canadian, I believe, but I've been following her page for quite a while, and she loves the Healy. She's like, obsessed with the Healy. She's a person who, Chloe, The sacred portal of motherhood. City girl turned country homemaker. First line of defense for my children. Homeopathy and bioresonance healing. Okay. Every day she's got a new product that she's like, this is changing my life. This supplement has healed my ADHD. It's making me better. This thing. And she posts a lot, but her big one is the Healy. And she's obviously a distributor. So this is where I came across it again. So it definitely is in the space of people who talk about the government trying to control them. They're not going to let the government tell them what to do. Therefore, the Healy is the perfect solution to not have to go to the doctor ever again, I suppose. But the scary part is, if you're, I don't know, it's like raise your kids however you want, but I do fear for the kids who don't have a choice in all these things, and the parents are convinced that everything is, bad and scary. But anyways, let's switch gears now to another product that I find hilarious in some ways, even more so than the Healy, if that's possible, because at least the Healy has an electronic component. So you could kind of imagine like, oh, maybe something's going on. Maybe, these little clicks of little vibrations doing something. This thing, I don't know what the fuck you could possibly think is happening with this. This is called Leela Quantum. Okay. Leela Quantum. Welcome to Leela Quantum Tech, a path to more life force energy and vitality. Follow us into this oh my God, it's making me not be able to read. Oh, it's working. Fascinating world of quantum energy and frequencies. Okay, red flag word, quantum.
This situation is a red flag.
Anytime someone, and that's not a quantum physicist or a physics professor or someone who is actually, involved in that mode of science, talks about quantum, red flag. I'm already suspicious. Whatever you're about to say next, I'm going to take very, very lightly. Okay, but if you didn't know what this is, this is a quantum block. Now, you might have seen this on my Instagram. When someone had a quart of blood that they had in a bag, like as if they were in the hospital, and they had put it in this machine. And I was like, what the heck is this? Now, apparently this is something that is gonna, take the vibes of, or take away the bad vibes of things. But they're basically inferring that anything that you consume in your body, any items of clothing, need to be put through this machine. But the machine is literally 4 pegs and these metal things on the top. There's nothing to it. So, but let's watch a video about it. The owner has made claims about autism as well, has said, oh yes, yeah, there's lots of promising reports about this becoming, very useful to people with autism. It's like, go on, and then they don't, of course. And we're going to make sure we're not playing any music, for the love of God. Oh, also, and if you don't really love the block, or if you have your block, that's one thing. But you also have to get clothing to protect you from other EMF. That's a big thing too now, is EMFs, which is like frequencies from your microwave and, from the power plant down the street. Like, you're going to wear a t-shirt, or you're going to put a little sticker on your phone, and that's going to protect you, apparently. Yeah, so there's a couple different versions. There's like a travel version. There's a at-home version. Just watch this for a second. Okay. This is the founder of this company, right? All right, here we go.
All right, so now we would like to show you a little bit how to charge certain objects and copy frequencies in the quantum block. So while you can charge objects in the infinity block as well with quantum energy, and it'll be actually a higher vibration and more quantum energy that you can get into objects with the infinity block than with the quantum block. And you can also copy frequencies in the infinity block. The frequency copying is way, way easier in the quantum block than in the infinity block, because the infinity block is so strong that you literally, you should only have about a 10 to 15 seconds frequency transfer at max, and then you should take the object out already. So with the quantum block, you're not so constrained in watching the time. You have a little bit more time. It's a little easier. The infinity block is just so strong.
Yeah, it's so strong. I think that they add this element of like, you only want 15 seconds or 30 seconds because it's so powerful. Literally, this is a piece of like sheet metal, if not like, I don't even know what that would be, like an aluminum square. Like, I don't know. Nothing is happening. But they're telling you it's so dangerous, like if you over change your frequency. And also, isn't there a way to test frequency? Like you can test audio frequency. You can, like get a level reading of like the hertz of something. I'm not seeing any like, here's the proof that this mango was once this frequency and now it's this. You have to just like believe it, I guess. So let's get to the point where he's actually like gonna do it.
It potentiates whatever substance you have in there. If it's charged, it's sort of getting a homeopathic dose that gets so high in its vibration that we don't know what the power is anymore if you leave it in there for 20 seconds or whatever in the infinity block. So with quantum frequency medicine, we don't recommend the infinity block, we recommend the quantum block. And that's also one of the reasons why there are even two different products.
Of course.
And now we show you actually how to copy a frequency. It's very, very simple.
I'm ready.
So let's say we have a blank aluminum card.
Yes, everyone's got a blank aluminum card.
This one may not be blank here, but it doesn't matter for this purpose. So you could take an aluminum card, you could take a capsule, you can take a little sphere, you can take pretty much anything. We recommend metals though.
Okay.
And then you figure, okay, I want to have this as the frequency carrier, and what frequency do I want to use? Let's say, for example, mango, right? So for whatever reason, if mango was now a healing fruit, in some ways it may actually be very helpful for the body. Then we could just charge the frequency of the mango onto this card. And the way we do it is we put both inside. We look at the watch and give it at least 30 seconds, up to 60 seconds of time. And
oh no, he touched it early.
He's
gonna burn.
Wait. The frequency is copying right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually true that right now, unless the mango would have been charged prior already in the quantum block, now also the frequency of this card is also copying into the mango. So it's always going both ways. You can prevent that by just charging the object already.
This is like listening to Rachel Hollis talk about God. I'm like, what are you saying? Get to the point. This is not selling me on this product.
Prior in the quantum block. So in this case, the target object is the card. So that one you should not charge in the quantum block before. Otherwise it's sort of sealed and you can't get anything in it anymore.
Oh, yeah.
But the mango is something where you're like, okay, maybe I really don't want to have this metal signal in the mango afterwards. So just put the mango in there for 60 seconds prior and then add the card. And then you will just basically transport.
Why don't you just show us
of the mango?
This video is a tutorial. You're like, maybe you shouldn't do what I just did. And it's also been longer than 30 seconds, I feel like, or 60 seconds.
Into the card. And now we're basically done. It was actually almost a little bit too much taking this out.
Uh-oh.
And we can leave the
Throw it away.
card in there for another, minute and a half, 2 minutes, so that it's like 3 minutes, because then the card will be fully sealed and you wouldn't get another frequency in there, even if you put it in the quantum block later. So you could use it as the mango frequency in the future. If you ever wanted to have a mango frequency, let's say in this water here, we wanted the mango frequency, it's actually pretty easy. We can then add this water glass to this.
Careful.
And within 30 seconds,
you want to overcharge.
The mango frequency will be in the water. It's quite fascinating.
It is fascinating. If it started boiling or something, that would be one thing. But I'm assuming it's going to look exactly the same, and you just have to believe that it's. I mean, this is like what a placebo block. Yeah, just believe. Like if you believe whatever he's saying, which is nothing, then maybe you can trick yourself into thinking that everything that you now consume is healthier or healing you, and maybe that will kickstart your healing journey. But other than that, nothing is happening here.
You don't have to worry about the metal, actually. So people often don't realize, what frequency really is. And first of all, anything harmful in terms of frequency is being neutralized in the quantum block.
Mm-hmm.
And the metal here is just something that is completely neutralized in its form, and it's just there as a signal. It's not like, you wouldn't want to ingest or eat metal, obviously, but having just the signal of it in the water isn't harmful at all. Like there's literally nothing about it. But at the same time, now you have the mango frequency in there, and the frequency of a mango is something completely different, and it's actually quite nourishing. And now we're done with this. We can take also this card out here and drink the water.
Chug it.
With the mango frequency. Now, that was an example of what you can do, but you could take, let's say, your 10, 15 favorite supplements, for example.
My 10, 15 favorites?
Leverage the card and have it with you. You can, charge it in your water. And it's very simple. And basically,
they got the dog wearing the Healy. Healing his grapefruit frequency tumors in the back, maybe.
The same process. Let's take this one here as an example. This is called Brain Formula.
Of course it is, Brain Formula.
A nice supplement for brain function and support and everything, and for the eyes, a lot of vitamin B in here. If this was a new card now, let's say an empty card, just put it in with this supplement, wait 30 to 60 seconds, and then the card.
We've gone too far. We've gone off the edge of respectability. Like, where is the government? Step in. What the fuck is this? This is not... Oh my God. Do something. Help. We're not okay. We're not okay. The fact that people have not there's no comments on this video, but the fact that people are allowing this to exist on Instagram and YouTube, it's like...
Card would be charged with a supplement. You can build your own library with that, right? It's very, very simple, easy to do, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Oh yeah, very simple. Thank you. I've learned. I definitely know what I'm doing. I have no idea. I'm more confused. But that is the guy. That is the guy who has invented this. Now, someone asked the capsule. There's different. Like I said, that's one of the blocks, quantum block, but not to be confused with the other quantum block. So this is the healing capsule. We can watch this quickly.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the Leela Quantum capsule, which comes in this nice bag.
So nice.
And then you open the bag, and what you find is a brass capsule. Brass for a very good reason, because we have certain frequencies in here. So in this case,
certain ones.
Leela Quantum Heal capsule, and it contains 3 different frequencies: the primal human healing frequency, the primal heating water frequency, and then the so-called biobase frequency, which we developed. Now, this frequency set is in here in this capsule, and brass is absolutely amazing energetically to transport these frequencies outwards to our bodies, and so that our systems can leverage it. And so what you do is you open this bottle, it's empty like this, And
Put
you
your
get
cocaine in there.
purple titanium spheres, medical grade, as well, that is charged with quantum energy. We do that in a two-way process, very unique. And then you can put these spheres into the brass capsule. And
Those are like old Mardi Gras beads that someone threw on the ground on Bourbon Street and then were collected and like, oh, these are purple. We can't throw them away. We got to put them in our capsule.
And there you go. What happens now is these spheres, they contain very strong concentrated quantum energy.
Uh-huh.
And they boost the frequency that is in the capsule outwards. So now that I'm holding this here, I'm being provided with these frequencies as well as with the quantum energy. So a great way to put this capsule is in front of our heart chakra, because that's kind of our
heart.
Best chakra to wear this, to transmit it all over the body. But you can certainly wear it elsewhere as well. You can just put it in the pocket like this. That's what a lot of people do.
Can you insert
if you just
it?
wear it in a pocket, then I suggest to not wear it on like the right or the left all the time, but switch it up in between, because this really provides energy. And if you always have it on the right side, you provide your right side with a lot of energy constantly, and then your left side won't get that energy as much, and then you can create an imbalance. So just, maybe switch it up once or twice a day if you do that. I prefer that I use this here, which is actually also available.
Of course.
On our shop as an option. You can get these.
It's called string.
Hang them around the neck. And we have actually two sizes here, one for men and one for women, and we have it in dark brown and then also in black. And
women have different neck
maybe,
size?
I can show you this as well here, because so this is how it works. And then there's a little, almost like a button, and you have to press really on the outside. And then this opens and you can press this apart, because for doing it the first time, it's maybe seems not super intuitive, because this is quite a long button here, but you just press on the end. So it's sort of intuitive, but it's helpful to know. At least it was helpful for me. All right.
I think that's the opposite of intuitive. It's really intuitive, but I didn't know how it worked, so I had to learn. Okay. So it wasn't intuitive? Okay, so let's look at the website for a quick. Oh Lord! Don't let it here. Okay, there's another guy we need to look into. Dave Asprey. He's been making a lot of claims about things, a lot of dumb things like, oh, just eat some corn, or no, don't eat corn. Don't eat corn. Eat beef and you'll be healed. Like, he says a lot of stuff like that. So of course he's on board with this stupid shit. You can join the Telegram group, because that's where all real science discussions take place, on Telegram. Okay, there's a disclaimer. Let's look at that in a second. Reversing mRNA and 5G damage with quantum energy and frequency. Okay, scientists, I have a feeling that they're not, but they say scientists, Ian and Philip, talk about that. Luke, his story of why he did that, okay, and then all this shit. All right, so let's go to the website. I want to see prices. I want to see the prices. All right, here we go. How much do you think? If you thought reasonable, you are fucking wrong. If you want the block, the main block, that's going to cost you 1,500 doll hairs. Okay? If you want the other block, now I don't know what the difference is, that's $1,600. This one is the travel and for your car, that's only $888. If you want that card that he was talking about, where, one is sealed and it's not, that's between $72 and $145. The capsule with the anal beads is $145 to $295. You could get a coaster, but unfortunately, It's not available. So they're sold out of coasters. This energy water bottle is $99. This quantum t-shirt for men is $130. This one for women, $130. I round up. Okay, sorry. Let's see what else they got. They got a one with text on it. That's $129. A hoodie, $159. Underwear. So if you have a hoodie on and you have your what do you call it? Talisman on, and you've charged everything in your home, you're eating mangoes only that have been charged for 30 seconds, it's still not enough. You got to get your underwear. You got to get your coat. You got to freak people out. You got to get a beanie. You got to get a cat collar for $40. That's not bad. Taro, where are you? I need to protect you from EMF. The pouch, the Royal Crown Royal pouch is only $15. That's a steal. Dog collar. Dogs and cats are really involved in the healing process these days. You can get this one's out of stock. Cheap discount. Neutral card. Can't get it anymore. Gotta be quick with that. A bracelet. Dark energy. Light energy. Why would you want a dark energy one? That's $40 to $99. Okay, these screws, I guess that's for the block, are 15 each, or 15 for 4. More capsules. Okay, there's women's capsules and there's men's capsules. They look literally exactly the same. And they're the same price. But I guess if you really want to, be defined by gender, they'll do it for you. You can get a bag. And then you can do the webinar, of course, because I don't think that YouTube video is going to explain it correctly enough. You need to buy the webinar to understand what the heck to do. So you can get your inner abundance, adapt to change, inner peace, and a necklace for capsules. Woof, that is pricey. Pricey as hell. So this is the most expensive one. I think this is the one that he was showing the most. So here's you're putting your water there. Here's what it says. Okay, I need to know why there's a range in price. This looks like one size. And why is it all dusty? You couldn't have cleared the dust before you took the photo? These people are going to jail. They need to go to jail. Here we go. Let's read it. Harmonize the energy in any homes, restaurants, workspaces, or even large farms. Okay, thank you. Let's list different places where people could possibly be. Harmonize and neutralize EMF, 3G, 4G, 5G, Wi-Fi, microwaves, etc. You can charge any object that fits into an infinity block with pure, dynamic, and powerful quantum energy. You can copy any frequency into any object in only 10 seconds, etc. etc. is its own bullet point here. Okay, here's important notes. Here, let's zoom in. We need to know the important things. Food and beverages should be charged 10 to 20 seconds max, or you will die immediately. No, it doesn't say that part. It just says max 10 to 20 seconds. Pharmaceuticals should ideally not be charged or leveraged as a frequency base in the infinity block. If you want to charge such substances and or leverage the frequencies and or neutralize the harmful frequencies in such substances, then please take a look at the quantum block. Okay, that's a different one. So if you got pharmaceuticals and mangoes, you need 2 blocks. Of course, that's good sales. We strongly recommend to only upgrade to the 2nd generation infinity block within the first 6 to 12 months. So you have to upgrade. The 2nd generation infinity block is already 7 times stronger than the first, with 4,200 quantum consciousness levels. How do I quantify quantum consciousness levels? How? It is highly recommended to adjust to that and have the environment adjust as well. Is there a license agreement? Yes, there is a license agreement for personal use. We do offer commercial agreements for anyone interested. If you're interested in using the Leela Quantum technology commercially, you can send an email to info@lealac.com. The Leela Quantum Block and Infinity Block product design, patents, and copyrights have been filed for multiple countries, including the US, Europe, and Switzerland. Okay, so you can do 2 Infinity Block package, 2 Infinity Blocks for unlimited upgrading, or 1 for $1,600. Yeah, that I tried looking on Alibaba to see if there was like something like this that you could just buy for $5. I didn't find it, but I also didn't look that hard, and I didn't know what to search for, like open box, cube, because I have a feeling like this has got to be some sort of mass-produced product that's, being heavily manipulated here. And I feel bad because people are scared. Like, people are afraid of the 5G. They're afraid of, the government, the pharmaceutical companies, like everything. I get it. People are very afraid, and that makes you act out in these ways where you like feel like, well, what do I have to lose? I might as well spend the money. I don't want to die. Like, that's a real fear for a lot of people, and it makes me feel bad. Once again, vulnerable populations being taken advantage of by people who see like, oh, I can take advantage of you. Okay, let's see what else we got about us. Of course, animals. The founder, Philip Seymour von Holzendorf Feeling. He says, I understand how it is to have forgotten who we... Oh my God, here it is, the self-help quote of the day. Who you are, where you are, what you are. Okay, here we go. I understand how it is to have forgotten who we are, why we are here, and how blocked we can be in regards to remembering and assessing our true inner nature, power, and consciousness. Okay, so it's hard to forget and remember at the same time who you are and where you are. Bringing your life the golden quantum touch. We named the company Leela from the ancient Sanskrit word meaning divine play. Yeah, because you're all getting played buying this crap. This is the theme of our collective intention at Leela Q for everyone to live joyful lives of health and abundance. You may have noticed our products are golden. We choose this color because of the inherent qualities that gold represents. Okay, not that it's actually made of gold, just that it represents wisdom, understanding, and enlightenment. It inspires knowledge and a deep understanding of ourselves and our souls. Okay, yeah, let's get on Telegram. That's where all the good information's at. Of course, our community has grown exponentially since we launched in 2020. Oh, I'm sure. I have no idea why you just happened to decide to launch then. Wow. And of course, it's Leela Q. Here we go. I'm starting to put the dots together. Ironically enough, I'm getting the message that Q Quantum Tech is sending. Hi, I'm Philip. I'm the founder and CEO at Leela Quantum Tech. I'm also a coach, of course, conscious entrepreneur, and energy healer. During my business career, I worked... Stop. He did not work at T-Mobile. Is that where his 5G, obsession started? He's just trying to sell more 5G. He's like, Verizon fired me, so now I'm going to create a company that, demonizes the entire cell phone industry. During my business career, I worked as an executive for several well-known companies, including T-Mobile International and T-Mobile US, where I served as vice president. You served as vice president of T-Mobile US? There's no absolute way. What's your name? Philip? Let's look. Oh yeah, we gotta read our disclaimer too. Philip. Oops. Must include Philip, spelled wrong. Wait, he had 2 P's. Here you go. Well, quick Google search is not producing anything, so it must be a lie. I'm just kidding. I'll look later. I don't think he was the vice president of T-Mobile US. That's a huge position. At this time, I constantly worked through blockages and barriers that prevented me from authentically connecting with my true self. With that, I also started to see energy fields and developed my unique skills as a healer and went through 2 decades of training in shamanic and other energy healing practices. In my own search for answers, I found other energy products out there that either offered very weak or no true quantum healing. And the very few that worked with quantum energy did that with electric or magnetic brute force, which actually adds energetic distress to psychological organisms. So I was called inwardly to provide leading edge products that can improve overall health, wellness, and significant energetic support. Together with a top-notch healer network, I began to develop Leela Quantum Technology, a protocol that works without any brute force and solely with pure quantum energy. Okay, I'm not convinced. First of all, I don't know what quantum energy or quantum healing is. I don't think it has a defined definition. So I guess you can just say, like, I've created this thing that doesn't actually mean anything. There's a lot that we can do to live longer and be healthier. Okay, let's read the disclaimer. This website does not provide medical advice. Okay, shocking. Anything, text, graphics, images, other materials contained on this website are for informational purposes only. The purpose of this website is to promote broad consumer understanding and knowledge of various health and other topics. It is not intended to be a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. Always seek the advice. Okay, great. That's very good. Leela Quantum Tech does not recommend or endorse any specific tests, physicians, procedures, opinions, or other information that may be mentioned on this website. Reliance on any information appearing on this website is solely at your own risk. Statements made on this site have not been evaluated by the FDA. Leela Quantum Tech products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Okay, well, that is not clear based on all of your other claims. And just to make sure, the word healer means nothing too. On this website, the word healer does not refer to a physician or medical professional and is not related to the conventional way of helping others with medical treatments, pharmaceutical drugs, etc. Here, a healer rather refers to how this word was used hundreds and thousands of years ago. Someone that seeks to help by means other than conventional medical treatment. This may involve the use of herbs, minerals, crystals, and other natural elements. It can certainly also involve the use of various energetic techniques working with the quantum field, the source, okay, God, as well as specific frequencies and vibrations. Well, there you go, everybody. Very cool. Okay, let's look at David Asprey for a sec. Also, I love this. The blonde cartoon with a wine glass is gonna biohack. So here's all the topics they've talked about. Quantum healing, Leela Quantum Tech, dark blood microscopy, food allergies, toxic information, autism research, EMF mitigation, and more. People are like, this is great. Okay, let's watch some more of these videos. Okay, here's Dave. Here. Here's the effects of quantum energy on autism. Now tell me what he actually is saying here. Get your word salad emojis ready. I was like, wait, he says absolutely nothing.
We can maybe talk about some people that did some tests with autistic kids and they actually worked with these blocks. And it's a fascinating subject because it's not so well researched, how this autism actually works and, what you can do to mitigate it. And then these kids, they don't know what's going on or what do you do, right? You can't tell them, okay, you're now, there's something with a block that's sitting there. These kids, they were observed by a team and helped by a team. And they give these kids like grades throughout the day. And every day where they say, okay, the behavior of this is, 0 or 10 or and it's just about behavior and certain, things that they show, they're measured basically to just show, okay, maybe if they take different nutritions, it helps them to get better or something like that. And it was interesting because
Right.
their measurements got so much better by using the blog that I think they were on a 5 regularly on Mondays, and then on Mondays they introduced this, and then they suddenly were on an 8, which they'd never been on an 8, and even went up to 9, where 10 is the best, and it was only on Mondays. And Mondays we can maybe talk about some people.
What are you saying? He's like, I don't know. Some people did something with some kids with autism and they like judged them or something and said like 1 is good and bad and 10 is something. I don't know. And then they put the blocks in there. The kids don't know what they're doing there. They just put the blocks in the room. And then, yeah, like they observed them all day and they went from a 5 to an 8. And then the text is effects of quantum energy on autism. What are they? And the guy's like, yes, yes. Here's what the description says. Here's an older podcast clip from last year when we had the honor to be on Joel Evans' podcast to discuss quantum energy. In this clip, Philip discusses the anecdotal evidence makings its way through quantum energy and its impact on autism. How does quantum energy affect autism? Check out this micro clip with Philip, whose products help restore the frequency and natural healing vibrations or energy of the human body. When the body is balanced, people start to heal and get well. In this clip, Philip talks about some of the anecdotal evidence. Okay, so he's doubling down and obviously knowing that this is a claim that cannot be backed up by anything that this clip said. Anecdotal evidence we're seeing in the space of autism and behavior after just a week of using the infinity block from Leela Q. And someone says, this was gold, grateful for all the work you're doing. Okay, this guy...
It's pretty...
Of course he's got music. This guy... I've looked into a couple times, and I don't know if he's worth like a full expose, but definitely odd, I will say, odd man. And he used to work in news, which is what intrigued me in the first place. He's like won Emmys for like, you know, documentary style stuff. But then he went off the deep end, it seems, and now he does like these wellness events, sells, hawks products like this. But he has a huge following, which is terrifying. Let me see how many he has. He has 140,000. He claims to be a 4-time Emmy-winning journalist. Okay, so which he is, from what I can tell, from his previous life before he went down this path. It seems like 40 million YouTube views. I don't know where that's from. And then he's a certified healer. Certified by whom? The world may never know. Like I said, he's very odd. But he is a big proponent of this product of Leela Q. Now let's see what this is.
Known as a wonderland for spirit junkies and health enthusiasts. The Modern Nirvana Summit was back in Austin yesterday for its 3rd year. And this morning I'm joined by the summit's host, actress and UN ambassador Kat Graham, and award-winning journalist Frank Alaridi. Thank you both for...
Okay, those two, like this news person, whatever, giving this credibility, an award-winning actress, 4-time Emmy-winning, journalist. It gives these stupid-ass products and these probably most likely stupid or sales tactic-y group meetings a lot of, credence. It's on the news. How could it be wrong? And it's like, this is why it's scary, because people will go, oh, there's money to be made. Okay, yeah, I have some credentials that could, I could manipulate to make people trust this. And then here we go. Now we're off to the races. We're jumping off the deep end into quantum blocks that cost $1,600 plus.
For stopping in. We're so excited to have you this morning.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yes, glad to have you guys. And I know whether you may be new to wellness or this is something you just preach every day, this summit had something for everyone really on Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we wanted, because, a lot of our followers are younger and they're always asking us like, how do I get into yoga, or what kind of meditation should I do, or what supplements are you taking for your skin? Like,
or hey, I'm dealing with anxiety from my school tests, so we try and give them everything that we can. Like you said, it's a wonderland.
But then, like you said, right, there's also these experienced yogis that come and they're like serious, and we have something for them too. Or these like people who are really into their supplements and they know their stuff, and we've got supplements for them too. So it's this place to just come and experience all of that.
All of it, from infrared therapy to breath work, we do it all.
And Austin is that town.
It is so that town.
We were just talking about that. I said that all times of the day, people are just out. They're moving around, moving their bodies. So this is the
Yeah, that's where all the scammers move now, because Sedona's tainted from all the cult involvement, and California is expensive and democratic. So they're like, we're leaving. We're going to Austin, and we're going to scam people there. I'm sorry. I'm being a little bit too honest. Yeah, this guy. So he's...
Tell me that it's gonna. Tell me that it's gonna. Tell me that it's gonna be alright. Tell me that.
He looks like when I do that filter, that like beauty filter, and then it gives you the option to have like gold eyes. That's what he reminds me of. Okay, I want to watch the clip, but I'm very afraid that if I do, then he's going to... See, here's him with the Emmys. Strewn across the stairwell. I want to watch the video, but I...
It's pretty, isn't it?
Okay.
But there's more to this shiny gold block than meets the eye.
So the same guy that's got Emmys and has, credentials in some department is making this commercial.
Leela Quantum seems like something out of a sci-fi movie, but despite how...
Okay. You got a gist. Now we can... The company has multiple double-blind studies. Okay, here's David Asprey here, holding it. We're going to watch that. What exactly are those claims? That's what I asked Leela Quantum founder Philip von Hotzendorf feeling. Okay, here we go.
This is a supercharged block.
We can call it pure quantum energy, or we can call it a high consciousness field. And both of them you can calibrate and actually see what's the concentration of it. So we've been able to harness and concentrate this pure quantum energy into our block. And then we figured out how we can actually increase the power of it.
How?
Sometimes when I'm working with a client for my emotional healing...
Sometimes when he's working with a client during his emotional healing sessions, okay, now this guy's not qualified in any sort of mental health training that I can tell. If they're really going through it, just for a little extra added support, I put their photo in there. So now it can translate from a photo into your body. Explain to me how the world works, please. I don't get it. Or my intention for them in there. So now it's just a mindset box. And I do this for my friends and my family too. And without fail, every single time it happens. And the interesting thing is, and I was warned about this, is that it might restructure everything in a way that seems really chaotic and uncomfortable. But it's doing it all for your highest good. And for the highest good of the intention. That's in the block, in that block. And what I love about this is it's very modern nirvana, which is like spirituality meets science. Okay, that's every scammer's favorite phrase right now. Spirituality meets science. No, it doesn't. They never met. At least in this company. They have a lot of double-blind scientific studies. Okay, let me see these double-blind scientific studies. You've mentioned it twice. Let me see it. Like one, for example, that shows they measure the blood. Okay, here, I gotta turn this on.
In a person's hand, then they put their hand in it for 10 minutes, take it out, take a photo of it again, and the blood is completely structured. So it's kind of like this mix of science and spirituality, and it's very, very modern nirvana.
your blood is structured. What does that mean? They put their hand in the block for 10 minutes and then their blood is structured. How are these people not going to prison? I'm serious. Like, this is not false claims. This is not false medical claims. I mean, I guess that doesn't mean anything. I can just be like, this tube, if you put it on your table, you will become loop-de-loop-doop. And they're like, what does that mean? I'm like, it's everything. It's modern nirvana. And then it's like, okay, so I'm not making any claim. I'm not saying this is going to heal your life, but you're insinuating it. But you're not actually saying anything that's of actual meaning. So if you buy it, it's your own fault. And I guess it is your own fault at this point. Honestly, it is your own fault. Don't buy this product. Probably 1,000 pages of studies by now. Let's see.
Pages of studies by now.
Accumulated from 3 different continents and different institutes that test with different testing methods, actually. Can we read one? One is the dark field microscopy. Okay, I'm going to look it up. Dark field microscopy. Okay. I'm ready. I'm in. Oh, wait. Start over? Damn it. I think it cuts off, but okay. The link to my YouTube channel is in the bio if you feel. I wonder if there's like I can watch this video on his YouTube channel. Let's see. I wonder how much his energy clearing costs. Let's see. If you want to book a session to clear your trapped emotions and have ancestral healing and create abundance, let's see. Let's just do 20 minutes. How much does 20 minutes cost with this dude? Oh, he's booked up, baby. He's booked. 20 minutes for $222. That seems like a steal. And by steal, I mean he's stealing your money. What about a 90-minute intensive trauma clearing? This will clear your trauma. Okay, great. $888. And he's booked. Capitalism, man, is a weird place. Or a weird thing, I should say. Oh, God, live healing demonstration.
Yeah. So do you want to introduce yourself? What do you want to work on today? And that memory will still be there, but you...
Okay, whatever. We can look at him. Retreats? Oh, God. Okay, coming soon. Good. Oh, no. Oh, no. My YouTube videos documenting incredible third eye abilities. Okay. This is okay. I'm adding him to the list. You've convinced me. Okay. He's got 148,000 subscribers. Let's quantum. Is that how you spell it? No. Jeez. Quantum. There you go. Quantum. No, he doesn't have the video on there. I guess. Anyways, so that's that. Oh, of course he got an Amen brain scan. I need to revisit Dr. Amen again. It's been too long. Like, I did the video about him where I put together all my thoughts, and it was a little cringe, I think, of me. Like, I delivered it very journalistically, like I used to, like, okay, this is the script I am delivering. You know, I tried to make it very serious because I was afraid that I was going to get sued. So I was like, okay, let me, do it right and get the facts and not say anything off base. But now it's like, they're going to sue you. It's just the person. It's not like what you actually say half the time. I mean, if you're careful, which I tried to be somewhat careful about what I say, and what I'm saying is like my opinion. All of this is obviously, I haven't read the double-blind studies that allegedly exist. So, I can't say whether this is proof or not, but to me, these are red flags that should be looked at for sure. But isn't it funny how Dr. Amen pops up every time there's someone who's sketch, in my opinion? There's a Dr. Amen connection. And let's look at David Asprey for a second.
Talk about sometimes a quantum technology or shielding you from EMFs. Sometimes there's a direct shielding, and sometimes there's changing the electrical flow in your cells. And we're learning a lot about this. One of the companies that's interesting to me is called Leela Quantum Tech, and they make some cool products that they've done third-party studies on, showing that the products improve your body's stress response when you're exposed to stressful fields. Things like this very cool normal looking water bottle, except it's got some embedded technology on the bottom of it. What all this means is that if you're looking for something that's going to let you concentrate better or be more resistant to stress or maybe more relaxed or more positive, the weird things that happen when your cells work better are that everything you can do works better. Check out leelaq.com, LEELAQ.com, use code DAVE10 and make yourself electrically a little stronger.
Okay, where's the hashtag ad? Where is like, oh God, where is the, I mean, yeah, he's a code, so I'm assuming he has some sort of financial, incentive to say that this is a wonderful product. Where is the disclosure? There is none, because no one cares. No one's coming after these people. There needs to be some sort of board or some sort of system where you can, report these things and it actually be taken care of. It's frustrating. And I see your comment, Emily. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I'm so excited. Let me know how it is. I'm going to buy some too. I went to Walmart last night and bought like 4 things of coffee, but I think I'm going to buy the gift pack as well for gifts purposes and then a couple extra coffees. So I'm glad that you liked it. If you want some Manatee coffee, there's a link in the description below. Speaking of, no Kia code, sorry. It's just something I found that I think is cool. That's why I'm not making money, because I don't have codes. Like Heidi, teach me your ways. Okay, still on the David Asprey. He's putting his hand, he's healing his hand. Oh, he's holding it now.
I've been interested when people I know and trust say, I feel different when I do this. I go, oh, that's interesting. Why? Well, this is a pendant from a company called Leela Q, and it's got some, I'm going to call them charged titanium beads inside it.
He scares me. Protect yourself from EMFs. How to block EMF. This is just, targeting people who are very, what's the word? Looking over your shoulder. What do you call it? Paranoid. There you go. People who are paranoid. This reminds me of Better Call Saul. The character where he's got his whole house, aluminum foiled to protect him. I don't know. What else? Oh, no music.
Got money.
No music. Stop it. There was one, oh God, yeah, the water. There was one podcast where he was talking about his life.
In the meantime, I was reading about everything that he's doing, and I went out and actually purchased some of his products. They have a water bottle. I have a couple of cards, one that's abundance card, one that's a DNA repair card, and I got a shirt that you wear that has silver in it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, wait. I was going to show you the double-blind study. So he talks about third-party studies and certifications. Okay, that's what I'm interested in. This is 8 minutes. I don't know how much. I haven't watched this yet. Let's see. It says, overview of the recent studies about the Leela Quantum Tech products performed by the IGEF Association. Okay, what is that? IGEF. I don't give a fuck association. The International Association of Electrosmog Research. Okay. Oh. This don't look so good. This looks like it's from 1999. Okay, so this is who's done it. Yes, and it's got a picture of a microwave with like a brain there. And it looks like it's in Swedish? German? So, okay, well, doesn't seem super reputable necessarily, but what was the other one? BESA Institute. Okay. BESA Institute. Let's see. Begin Sadat Center for Strategic Studies. Okay. Oh. Bar Ilan University. We're sorry for the inconvenience. The website is currently going through major updates and restructuring. We'll be back with new analyses and materials. In the interim, please sign up. So we can read about the Russia-Ukraine war in the meantime. Or not. I don't know what this is. Okay. So this does not seem to be super legitimate. Not that I thought it would be, but I can't even click anything. Okay. 2 for 2. All right, let's see what he has to say about it.
All right, so we want to dive a little bit deeper into the overview of what we tested and the studies that we've done for our products. And we're certainly not done because this will be ongoing. There's still so much to explore, so much to discover, and so much to study. But we've done some very comprehensive tests and studies already, and you can look a lot of that up on the website. If you're English speaking, then some of it is not available yet because some of it actually is in German, and we're still translating that, and it's quite an effort. But
why don't you? Oh my God! Why don't you get an English or Swedish company to do it? Researchers.
Not available yet because some of it actually is in German, and we're still translating that, and it's quite an effort. But the most valuable information you can already find. So we worked with 2 different institutes together, and one is an institute out of Dublin in Ireland. It's the largest EMF testing institute in Europe. Maybe also in the world, we don't know. We haven't done that research, but they're fairly experienced. They've done this for a few decades, actually. And first when negative impact of electromagnetic radiation was discovered, they already started doing their research. And it's actually quite helpful because they got a lot of devices that you would need to actually test, can certain products block radiation? What type of radiation? To what extent do they block it? So we've
see that.
Full certificates for all of our fashion and clothing products, and we've also given them, for example, our Leela Quantum Heal capsule.
Let's
so
see
that
it.
one is a little bit more difficult to test for them because it's not that the capsule blocks EMF. It's not. It doesn't work like the T-shirt or the cap, the hat, the hoodie. It works in a different way because it transforms and it harmonizes EMF. So it's not that you don't have any energy anymore that is blocked. It's just transformed. So now you need to test. Is it really then a positive frequency, positive energy that you're getting to the body? And so a scientific method that has been established over the last decade is to measure the heart rate variability and to check on the nervous system and how that develops. So how does it develop if I am blasted with EMF, or maybe not blasted, but if I just have a cell phone in my hand or I'm using
Dell
Wi-Fi,
computer.
So how does that impact my nervous system and the heart rate variability? So they worked with 12 test objects, so 12 people between the age of 12 and 80, females and males.
12
from
people?
Different areas, and they all have different hobbies, different attitudes, different jobs. So it was very interesting because the measurements of 10 people, they showed significant improvements with wearing the Leela Quantum capsule. And they've tested it also over time. So they tested it like after 5 hours, how it is after a day or 2 days, and even after 3 days. And
what are you? Do you think this is how, like, if this was legitimate and they had all this research, this would be the best way to deliver it? This guy who created the product saying, like, yeah, they did this and there was like some this to that. Like, let's see something. Can I see a document? He said there's thousands of pages. Can I see one?
It even got better over time. So already where you saw impacts after 5 hours or a day, with really most people when they were wearing them for 2 days or 3 days during the day, because we recommend to not wear the capsule at night just because it provides so much energy.
Yeah.
They felt a lot better.
I think that's the key. Honestly, those, and I've pointed this out already today, that, like, don't put your mango in for 35 seconds, 30 only. Don't wear the capsule at night because it's too much energy. That is the selling point that actually is doing all of these sales, because if you believe it's so powerful, then you have to have restrictions on it. You have to be able to, you know, obviously it's a fucking box and it's a little, like, you know, trinket thing. It's not going to do anything to you. But if they tell you it does, then it has this, like, ooh, it's like, you know, it got to be safe with it. And it gives it this, like, allure of, ooh, it must be very powerful. It's like, okay.
That was their subjective feeling, but they actually tested it and verified it. And so it's all in the report. And then there were 2 people out of the 12 where there wasn't a significant a bettering, but the situation was also different because these 2 people weren't as affected. So that's pretty interesting. That's what I said in another video also. Not everybody is so affected, because there are some people that can energetically already expand themselves in a way where it doesn't harm them, and where they're just in a stronger state physically and mentally, so that
the Rachel Hollises of the world, they don't need extra help. They are just naturally not absorbing microwaves.
Enough radiation doesn't do them really any harm, so it's not the same for everybody. But again, for the vast majority, that's really not the case. So those are outliers.
The vast majority of 12 people. It applies to all humanity. We checked. We did 12 to 80 women and men. Statistically, we're good. We're good.
And the vast majority is impacted, as can be seen in lots of studies, and also in this study, frankly, because people were impacted quite significantly when they were exposed to the radiation. So that is fantastic. The institute is called EGIF. We're very happy about all those results. And then we also worked with BESA Institute in Europe. It's one of the largest biofeedback and bioresonance testing institutes. They've really optimized their method. They're working with devices over the last 10 years. They have a medical background, and what they test is also a lot of different things. Actually, for them it's much broader. They don't just focus on EMF, even though EMF is, can be said, definitely one area of concern for the human body, and the optimal state the body is in. So we've tested EMF, we've tested a negative impact on the immune system. So if there's anything that impacts the immune system in a negative way, okay, how can that be neutralized or harmonized with our products? EMF in the cars was tested, which is interesting because especially in a car, EMF is quite present. It's a quite heavy exposure. So it was interesting to really test that specifically. Then it was tested, what if the human body is exposed to cesium-137, also to several alpha and beta radiation particles? How does that work? Because we had tested before what our technology can do with water, for example, but how does the body react? And
what are you talking about? Nothing makes sense. Oh, here we go. Dark field microscopy studies by Dr. Beverly Rubik. Is that from Rubik Cube? Dr. Cube? Goes beyond the mainstream. Okay. Let's see. Well, she does. She's got PhD biophysics from University of California. Okay. And then it goes off the rails. Interesting. Journal of Alternative Complementary Medicine. Okay. Director of Temple University Center for Frontier Sciences. So she's an alternative medicine person. Okay. Well, it's got a little bit of, I wouldn't say I trust it, but you know, okay. At least she's got some schooling. Okay, let's see. Study 1 and 2, and then there's a third study. A dark field microscopy is a blood test in which a drop of blood is taken and looked at immediately using a special form of lighting that allows to see living cells without staining. It provides a look at overall health. Microorganisms may be detected. Distortions of red blood cells can reflect nutritional status and possibly undesirable bacteria or fungal life. Interpretation of the dark field can detect early signs of illness from the forms on the slide. Specifically, dark field microscopy reveals distortions from red blood cells, possible blah, 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 blah. Okay, the results of the dark field were so profound that we decided to do more. We worked with Dr. Beverly Rubik to conduct 2 randomized, blinded, and sham-controlled studies. Okay, sure. With the Leela Quantum Block. The goal of these studies was to test if the Leela block would protect human subjects from the adverse blood changes caused by exposure to Wi-Fi radiation. Okay, the results of both studies show consistent mitigation of the negative blood effects. Okay, there's a PDF. Okay. The only notable difference between the studies in this is the strength of the radio frequency radiation exposure, which was negative, whatever. Okay, again, they say not sham control. And total, 16. So, okay, this was a huge study of 16 human subjects were exposed to microwave radiation from a Wi-Fi router placed nearby. Their blood was examined under a dark field microscope to look for changes, if any, compared to baseline, no exposure. After exposure for 10 minutes to the radiation, and again following exposure for another 10 minutes, with their hands placed in either a sham or active quantum block device. These are exploratory studies to look for a protective effect on the blood from the active quantum block device compared to a sham device. The results: the baseline blood tests of all subjects revealed normal, healthy blood. Also, all 16 subjects showed adverse blood changes due to Wi-Fi radiation exposure, sticky red blood cells, whatever. The blood microphotographs of all subjects show a consistent change when comparing baseline Wi-Fi exposure and quantum block exposure. Okay. Exposure only. Exposure and device. I don't know what the fuck. Okay. Conclusion. Let's reach a conclusion and then we'll be done tonight. The results from both studies clearly show readily observable substantial changes in blood morphology from short-term exposure to moderate levels of Wi-Fi radiation exposure of all subjects. RBC aggregation and stickiness, as well as early fibrin, were observed in live blood samples following 10 minutes of exposure. The quantum block showed a clear protective effect in preventing the red blood cells from sticking together, reducing early fibrin formation, and increasing white blood cell motility. Okay. Subject fasting was also controlled, as was the time of day. An unbiased method. Okay. The researcher, it's like, okay, they're proving it's not a sham. It's not a sham. The study demonstrated a significant protective effect of the quantum block technology on the blood following only a 10-minute exposure. Larger studies with more subjects, multiple exposures with different EMF, and a longer duration of exposure could be done to extend these results. It could also be worthwhile conducting long-term studies in the real world in which humans are exposed to Wi-Fi and other microwave signals throughout the day from numerous communication devices. We are happy with the results and looking forward to further studying the positive effects of our products. Okay, well, I think those are a lot of words that are meant to sound very scientific and may or may not mean anything, because I don't know what did it say? Fibbling your blood? I mean, sure, that might be something, or it might be a made-up word that's from the Lord of the Rings. Oh, wow. We did a lot, guys. We did a lot today. This 4.5, this might be a record. And we listened to no music, which is good. Holy shit. Okay, I just refreshed the page. We had $730 for the Manatees overall. Woo, woo, woo. Okay, more. Hold on. And for that, I have to say thank you again to everybody. And I feel like this about myself. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. $730. That's suspicious. It's like $730. That's awesome. What do I want more from you guys? Nothing. Literally nothing. I'm so appreciative. The Manatees will be very appreciative for their long and luxurious life of leisure and eating lettuce without being affected by EMT microwaves. I don't think they use microwaves in the Florida canals. So they're safe. Well, they don't need the quantum block. But we could purchase them some quantum capsules just in case, and make sure we want them on their, I don't know, they don't have really a neck, but we can put them on their snout. Thank you. $750 now. Dang. I had no idea that we would hit the goal today. That was not well, I thought like maybe, of course, like you never know, but that was not like what I was going for. So I have the fundraiser open for like till Christmas or after Christmas, so I can leave it open. I think the money will go to them. I think it's already like in, I don't know, it goes through Google, so I think it gets delivered just like AdSense does, I imagine, because they had to sign up through the program. So if you have a YouTube channel, by the way, and you hit certain requirements, you can also have a video or a live stream fundraiser. And as long as the nonprofit has signed up and gone through YouTube, you can host it like how I did. So all the money goes directly to them. I don't have to like take it and then give it to them. It's in their hands so they can start using it right away. And this is like I said, this is a local nonprofit to me. It's only like, I think it's like 40 minutes away, their offices. And I've been thinking about going there or asking them if they need like video help. So this might be a great segue to introduce myself and say, hey, I would love to come and videotape some manatees to help the cause as well. Because I think it's something I've been very, I don't know, I should say passionate about, because I'm not like going out there and like, being an activist, but it's something I care about a lot and something I really have loved as a Floridian and as just, I don't know, someone who likes to be outdoors and kayaking and stuff. Like the manatees are so special to me and to the area, and they're so gentle and they're so beautiful. And if you have a chance to see them in the wild, you should. Don't touch them, but if you can, there's different tours that, they teach you how to respectfully view them. And if you're ever in Florida, either in South Florida or in Central Florida, I don't know about North Florida if they're up there. That sometimes they are, I guess. But especially like Tampa area, you can go and see them without like getting in the water. And I highly recommend it. They're so cool, and they're like vegetarian. They have no hate in the world. They're like the opposite of me. They have all the positivity. And so for that, that's why I appreciate them. And they're so cute. Like, look at it. I don't know if that's he or a she, but either way, they're adorable. And, they've had a rough go of it. They get hit by boats a lot, and they're losing a lot of, vegetation that they eat depending on the year. We get algae blooms and fertilizer issues. So this nonprofit tries to work with local ordinances to stop like fertilizing, your lawns in certain places, are getting rid of certain chemicals that can affect the vegetation. They work to tag and mark and help get them set up with rescue teams, because there's always teams that are out rescuing manatees. So they're really the people that try to orchestrate that. And it's actually, if you're a Jimmy Buffett fan, Jimmy Buffett and I forget his name, I can go on the website, like a politician started the whole thing, the nonprofit. So they're very, Florida centric. Let me see. Stand by. And so if you like, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, you will love this nonprofit because they are the ones who started it. Let's see. Yeah. Here he goes. So it started in 1981 by Jimmy Buffett and former U.S. Senator Bob Graham when he was the governor of Florida. So they're legitimate. They've been around for a long, long time. And I don't think they're funneling money into any schemes. Most importantly, unlike some nonprofits that I've viewed in the past. So thank you again to everybody. Let's see. I see some comments are coming in. 7:55, baby. So I'll leave it open. Today was the day to do Giving Tuesday, and maybe I'll ask the members what they think, if I should leave it open, if I should do another one at some point, but I just wanted to try it out today and see how it works. I think it went great. So thank you again. It was super fun. And if you want to join the membership, you can. No pressure. We just raised a ton of money for Manatee, so that's my only ask today. But if you do want to join, you're interested in that, there's a link below. And that's where I'm doing some of the more like questions behind the scenes about topics and things and emojis and things like that. I'm going to start trying to garner more community involvement in that, just so that we all are happy or relatively happy. So maybe I'll pose that question and we can figure it out. But thank you again. Thank you. I'm going to sing the, can I? I don't know if I have music on this. Dang. Okay, I'm going to IOU to everyone from Pancake Breakfast Club. I'm going to sing because I don't think I have any music. Well, I could download some real quick. Hold on. Maybe if I'm signed in. If not, then I'm screwed. Let's see. I'm just going to download any random song from my music subscription, and I sing at the end all of the Pancake Breakfast Club members. Let's just download this. Let's see. Okay. All right, everybody. See ya later, and we'll do more streams like this because I also had a lot of fun. And thank you for donating to the manatees. You manifested the manatee fested. Okay, peace. Bye. Hey, yeah. This is a trippy song. Reminds me of quantum mechanics and physics and energy. Oh, it's got lyrics. Okay. Rainy cannon, starry nights, Nicole Hensley. You guys are so bright in the sky. Now Jerry, Nicole Campbell, Clueless Monet, you guys just say, hey, manatees. We're glad we raised money for you. Laura Wallace and Dave Kelly, the perception trainer, and Marley Hannon, oh yeah. You guys are the band that is singing the song for life. I don't know. A Consul, A Consul, Brianna, Nicole, oh yeah, Chels Marie, you know me, Alaska Blood Tundra, Crystal G, Angela Arnold. You guys love trees, mango trees specifically, oh yeah. Louise V says ennui. Oui, like it's French. Like Dahlia and Kimberly Cossé, they're also French in their own way. Oh yeah. Like Joms. And Kimberly Harris Smiles. And Kara Soto. And Allison Wonderland 66. That's a big group, but we cannot miss anyone on the Pancake Breakfast Club list. Yeah, we're in the club, we're fighting off EMF. We don't like those microwaves, we're gonna buy a thing today to fight it. $1,600 is so cheap when you have a gold box to put your mangoes in. Pancake Breakfast Club. All you guys, all you gals, all you non-binary pals, you love Healy. We're healing our dogs and our horses together. All right, everybody. Good night. Peace.